All right. Everyone, I'm assuming is able to see my screen. Please just let me know if you are unable to. All right, so we're going to get started. Good morning. For those of you who are actually here with us live, thank you for joining us for our 2022 virtual annual symposium for the Center for Advanced Transportation Mobility. I am Miranda McBride. I'm the center director, and I will be basically guiding us through this program through the next couple of days. We appreciate you all for attending and hope that you are able to gather some information that will be beneficial to you and your research and or practice in transportation. So first I will, hold on, I just gotta get rid of some of these notes on my screen here. I'm gonna go through the agenda just very quickly so that you have an idea of what to expect for today. So of course, first I'm going to go through and welcome everyone and acknowledge some key people who are instrumental in the operation of our center. We also have some new staff, so I would like to introduce those as well. And then I will actually go through the education and workforce development activities that we have engaged in over the course of the last couple of years before introducing our keynote speaker. From there, you will hear from him, and then we will break briefly for lunch, about 30 minutes for lunch, and then our research presentations will begin. And for the research presentations, we'll go pretty seamlessly through them. So they have about 15 minutes to present, and then we have about 5 minutes or so for Q&A. Please make sure that you utilize the Q&A function within Zoom to submit questions specific to the research presentations that you would like for us to ask. And after we finish for today, I will adjourn, and after that you will have the freedom to engage in the networking session. So I will not come back on after the networking session begins. The networking session is for about an hour after the adjournment. And so once that period has passed, then that period, those functions will cease to exist, I guess you could say. So we will go ahead and get started. Again, I welcome all of you who are participating in our symposium. It's been a while since we've been together. The last time we were in Virginia at Virginia Tech, but of course we all know due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we put a hold on our 2020 plans, and we were hoping to be able to be live in 2021. So we were kind of holding out to see whether or not that was going to be possible. But unfortunately, everything just didn't seem like it was in the best interest of us to try to gather live. So we decided to do a virtual symposium. And so we appreciate all of you who have come to participate with us. Excuse me. I would also like to acknowledge some of the key members of our center. So first, we have members of our External Advisory Committee, and you see their photos here. Representative Alma Adams is on our committee. Unfortunately, she was not able to join us. She has a lot of responsibilities in her position. Mr. Trey Curtin, he is also on our panel. On our advisory committee, and he is a member of Federal Express here in the Piedmont area. Mr. Taft Kelly, he is a regional field administrator with the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. He should be joining us over the next couple of days as well. Mr. Neil Maston, with the NCDOT, he is our research and development manager. So we have a lot of interactions with him with our center. And then Dr. Alan Stolzer, he is the Dean of the College of Aviation at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So he works very closely with Dr. Liu and his team as well there in Florida. So I want to welcome all of those who were able to attend. I know you have very busy schedules, so if you're able to pop in and out, I'm hoping that you'll be able to get some information that might help guide us as well through the last year, I guess official year of our center, since the new UTC competition will be coming up shortly. We're all anticipating it. I also would like to acknowledge Ms. Dawn Tucker Thomas. She is our UTC program manager. You may see her on, so feel free to reach out to her if you'd like to speak with her as well or chat with her anytime during or after our symposium. And of course, I'd be remiss if I did not acknowledge all of the people who are in the day-to-day activities of our center. So of course, John Anton, I'd like to thank him for him and his team, and I just want to acknowledge them, Kelly Stolz, as well as Brian Huddleston, who have helped us to put everything together for this symposium, this virtual symposium. So I appreciate him and his team there at Virginia Tech. Dr. Dehai Liu at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. He serves as our aviation research coordinator. Ms. Carletta Staley, she was our education and outreach coordinator. She hasn't officially retired, but her last day in the office was last week. And so we will miss her greatly, and the efforts that she has put in with our center, as well as the Transportation Institute at North Carolina A&T in general, will be greatly appreciated. Everything has been greatly appreciated, and we'll remember her for years and years to come. Miss Debbie Hampton, she is our communications specialist. Thank you, Debbie, for joining us as well. And Miss Audrey White is our administrative associate, both for our center as well as the Transportation Institute at North Carolina A&T State University. So thank all of you for all of the efforts that you all have put in throughout the life of our center. And I'd also like to introduce a couple of new people who have stepped in. And I recently stepped down from the director's position of the Transportation Institute in April. We did have an interim director through the summer, but in August, Dr. Rachel Liu joined us as the director of the North Carolina A&T State University Transportation Institute. I'm not sure if she is on just yet. I know she's planning to attend, but I just wanted to welcome Rachel officially. And I know that great things will continue to happen within our Transportation Institute with you in the director's position. And at the same time, we hired a new program manager. Mr. Nick Allen joined us in August as well. And so he is also instrumental in some of the work that we're doing, especially with our student population who works with the Transportation Institute as well as the Center for Advanced Transportation Mobility. So please feel free to reach out to either or both of them if you would like to engage in additional research with the Transportation Institute at North Carolina A&T State University. All right, so with that, before I hand it over to our keynote speaker, I wanted to talk about a few of our workforce development and education efforts that have taken place over the last couple of years. So the majority of our symposium will be focused on the research, because we've had quite a few research projects that have taken place, but I wanted to at least give some attention to our students who have been engaged in our workforce development and education activities. All right, so many of you are already familiar with our summer high school program. And so we did continue with our program despite the limitations of the pandemic. We actually had a group of students both in the summer of 2020 as well as the last summer in 2021. In 2020, we had 13 students join us. Now, they went through the normal application process, assuming that we were going to have our in-person 5-week program, but we had to, of course, shift and go to a virtual program instead. So we did decrease our program duration to 3 weeks instead of the full 5.5 weeks that our students normally engage in. But the students, they were awesome, to be honest with you. They were troopers in terms of staying on screen for the better part of the day. Usually, I think it was from about 9 to around 4. They stayed with us, engaged, participated in the activities. Many of them, they had to participate in activities, of course, from home. We sent them the supplies to be able to do some building projects, transportation-related building projects. But they were an excellent group of students. And our 2021 students were excellent too, but I could tell that they had started getting that Zoom fatigue. So although they were there, they were present, we enjoyed having them. we could tell that, yeah, they've been on Zoom for too long and we needed to get back into the classroom. We are truly hoping that this summer we will be in person. So Nick will actually be in charge of the program this year. So if you want to reach out to him with anything in terms of or gathering information about the application process for the 2022 program, feel free to reach out to Nick Allen and he will be able to address those questions. But in 2021, we limited our program to 2 weeks just simply because we did feel that everybody was experiencing a bit of Zoom fatigue, but we didn't want to let a summer go by. In 2022, we will be celebrating our 30th annual anniversary with our summer high school program, summer transportation high school program. So we are excited about having a celebration. So you'll hear more information about that in the months to come. Wanted to acknowledge all of the various partners that we have had. You see those down at the bottom of the screen there. They are always there to help us and willing to provide resources for us as well as personnel to communicate information to the students. And we just greatly appreciate all of their cooperation in the transitions that we had to make during the last couple of years. This is just a screenshot of a few of the activities that the students participated in. So of course you see them on the Zoom screen. You know, we had to chase after a few of them, text them to figure out where they were because they seemed like they were mobile. I think the first summer they weren't, they stayed on camera in their room. But I think by the second year, they were used to being able to navigate the environment while they were actually still engaged in the program. So we had to figure out sometimes where exactly they were. Sometimes they were in the park, sometimes they were at work. So we had to call them on that. But they were great students. And they learned quite a bit even through this virtual communication environment. But we are looking forward to having it in person again. A few of the activities you can see, they actually did a solar car. Let me see if I can get my pointer up. So the students actually built their own solar car at home. We sent them the materials and they built the cars, and they had a competition to see which car went the furthest. The one, of course, that won that competition did actually get a gift card. The same, they still did bridge building, as you can see with these two students at the bottom. So they were sent the kits and built their own. And some of them were quite creative. So there was still a competition with the bridge building as well. And the student that won those competitions, they also received gift cards. And of course, we were lucky to have Dr. Robert Hampshire, who actually came and spoke to the students last summer. And he is the Deputy Assistant Secretary for Research and Technology at the US DOT. And he gave the students some good information about the transportation work environment, encouraging them to get involved and to explore what the options are within transportation. And we had partners, of course, at UNC Chapel Hill who came and spoke to the students about intersections and developing roadways that are conducive to pedestrians as well. So again, we had a packed schedule, but the students did very well in terms of being engaged and participating in the activities. Also in 2020, we had a UTC regional spotlight. And we had two students who actually participated in the presentations of those that took place during that particular event. So this was for our Southeastern region. So instead of the Southeastern UTC having their normal conference that they have annually, they shifted and just did a student spotlight instead. And so we had two students who presented. The one up here with the star, she actually won one of the paper competitions or one of the presentation competitions, Miss Kiana Williams. She has since graduated. And Mr. Patrick Stanley, he has graduated as well, and he gave a presentation on freight and logistics. So we were very proud of them for presenting their work. Many of the students who presented at this conference were graduate students. Miss Kiana, she actually is an undergrad, but she won the competition even over the graduate students. So we were very proud of her, her accomplishment within that particular Spotlight conference. We also still managed to squeeze in right before things shut down one of our student-to-student initiatives. Our student-to-student initiatives are designed to have our students who are funded through our Center for Advanced Transportation Mobility go out into the community and discuss their degree program, transportation. Many of these students are supply chain management students, so they also talk about supply chain topics as well. And they try to encourage the students to get involved and seek out careers in supply chain and transportation. In 2020, they were able to have 2 sessions with one of our high schools in Greensboro, North Carolina. And so they always get good feedback. We usually get a lot of students who participated in our summer transportation program to actually come from our Dudley High School as well. And so just having the students go there live and talk to the students about their experiences at A&T with the supply chain management program, with the other activities within our center is a good way for us to recruit students for our STI program. We did another one in April 2021. Of course, that one was virtual, and the students, instead of them just talking about, supply chain and transportation in general, they actually gave more formal presentations. We had one on what is supply chain management, why study supply chain at North Carolina A&T, transportation research, and then current topics in transportation. So these are some of the students that you see over here who gave presentations during that student-to-student program for our Guilford County schools here in Greensboro. All right, and every year we have been lucky to have Eisenhower Scholars as well. So over the last couple of years, we had several Dwight D. Eisenhower Scholars. And as you can see, their names are up here for the 2020. We actually had 5 scholars who completed papers and submitted those in 2021, this past summer. And then this year, we had 3 students who are currently working on papers. And one of them, you see her name twice. So I just wanted to indicate that Miss McRae, she was an undergrad when she first received the fellowship, but she also applied for the grad program or the grad fellowship in 2021 and was recently notified that she was a recipient of that as well. So the students did go to TRB this year live. Last year in 2021, they participated virtually, but this year they were live. So you can see them in the hallway there in front of the TRB logo. And of course, the group of students down here at the bottom are the Eisenhower Scholars group photo that was taken during that event. And while they're there, they did not get the opportunity to present this year at the TRB conference because they were not notified that they were recipients until, I think it was maybe the first week in December. So they were able to attend the conference, but it was kind of late for them to actually prepare a poster presentation. But they did have the opportunity to view poster presentations from other students, as well as engage in all the other activities at the Transportation Research Board annual meeting. And we have a new program that just recently started, and it's actually funded through the National Science Foundation, and we call it ASSETS, and it stands for Advancing STEM Education Through Transportation Studies. So this is a digital badge program. We just received the grant in August. And so we've been developing the program and getting students enrolled in the program last semester. And we did have some activities that took place as well. Now, the intent of this program is to do something similar to what the STI program does for our high school students. We really want to increase the exposure of our college students to careers in transportation, not just in engineering, but in business and across the university as well, because we all know that transportation is a very interdisciplinary field. And so even though most of our students usually come from either our engineering college or our supply chain management department, we want to make sure that we're opening these activities up to the rest of the university, our student population as well. The components of the program include mentorship, experiential learning activities within the courses, research opportunities, activities for exposure to transportation careers, and of course, they have some scholarship opportunities as well. The grant that we received was a Catalyst grant. And so it was only for 2 years, and it's kind of to give us a proof of concept timeframe. And so there were 3 main areas that we're really focused on in these 2 years. The mentorship program, we know, takes a little bit more to really get going. And so we kind of holding that off until next year to try to really get the students engaged in other activities before we assign them to mentors. So right now we're more focused on what we call the core skills. So that's engaging students in the experiential learning activities, the research opportunities, as you see here. So they have the opportunity to engage in research and present at symposia or conferences. And of course, the awareness engagement area is where those activities take place that expose them to various aspects of transportation. So we've had several awareness and engagement activities. We have co-sponsors, actually the NCDOT as well as ITE. Both of them are co-sponsors for us on this program. So when we issue these badges to the students in the form, we're going to have a ceremony once they, at the end of the semester, awarding them their badges that they've earned over the last year. And they are endorsed by both the NCDOT and ITE. So we're really excited about this program because it gives us a chance to really expose more students to transportation career opportunities. All right, so that basically takes care of a lot of the activities that we have engaged in or our students have engaged in over the last couple of years. There are others, of course. We have professional development activities that I did not necessarily go over that are definitely instrumental in the development of our students. And so they continue to be engaged, but we are definitely, we're back on campus now this year. We've been pretty much back on campus both semesters. And so we've had more opportunities to actually engage our students in activities associated with transportation. So we're just looking forward to additional activities. I know we have our regional conference is coming up in a month or so. And so we'll have more students involved there as well. But if anybody has any ideas of things that our students might be able to participate in that will further develop their knowledge in transportation, feel free to reach out to me, or you can reach out to Mr. Nick Allen. He's, again, our education coordinator, and we will be happy to consider some of those opportunities to get our students engaged. All right. And I'm assuming, I'm looking at the Q&A, and I don't see any Q&A elements, so I'm assuming we're good to move forward. Okay, and just to let you know, throughout the presentations, I will not necessarily be monitoring the chat. I will be monitoring the Q&A, but we do have Kelly and Brian who monitors the chat as well. So I appreciate them kind of taking that load off, but Q&A is going to be my focus. So throughout these presentations, if you have questions that are related to the specific presentations, please make sure that you put them in the Q&A section. All right. Well, thank you for listening to that information on our education and workforce development efforts. And we will now move towards our keynote speaker, and I will give him an introduction. Mr. Greg Winfrey. He is the agency director of Texas A&M Transportation Institute. Since 2016, Mr. Winfrey has been the agency director, a state agency and the largest and the most comprehensive higher education affiliated transportation research institute in the United States. So that's Texas A&M. He is also an adjunct professor in the Texas A&M School of Law. Previously, Greg served for almost 7 years in the Office of the Secretary of the U.S. Department of Transportation, and most recently as Assistant Secretary of Transportation, overseeing the department research and technology agencies. Greg also served as corporate counsel for several Fortune 500 corporations over 17 years. He is a member of the National Space-Based Positioning, Navigation, and Timing Board sponsored by NASA, as well as the Texas Connected and Automated Vehicle Task Force established by Texas Governor Greg Abbott. Greg received his Juris Doctor degree from Georgetown University and a Bachelor of Science degree from St. John's University. And we welcome Mr. Winfrey and thank him for joining us. Let me stop sharing so that he is able to share his screen. All right. So Mr. Winfrey, the floor is yours.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Dr. McBride, and thank you for this tremendous opportunity to present at the CATM, the Center for Advanced Transportation Mobility Research Symposium. I get a great thrill out of participating in these kinds of events dating back to my time at USDOT. So I would be remiss if I didn't say hello to my good friend, Dawn Tucker-Thomas, who I see is one of the participants. She is y'all's grant manager for this center and a good friend and colleague from the days when I was assistant secretary for research. And also, it's somewhat, oh, thank you, Dawn. She said, hi, Greg, we miss you here. But it's also somewhat of a DOT reunion because my good friend and executive assistant, Mary Nevis, who's running the slides for me, also worked at DOT at that time. And we kind of went in separate directions and I rescued her from, she's a decorated retired Air Force captain and was spending some time as a civilian in the military. And she's a Texas native. And I gave her a call and said, Mary, want to come on back home? I need you here with me at Texas A&M. So we've been working together now for about 3 years. So it's just a great pleasure to have Dawn and Mary on this call, as well as the other folks involved with Federal Highways, who I saw, and others at USDOT. I can't say enough about the dedicated and hardworking civil servants in the federal government that just do a tremendous job with little fanfare and oftentimes little respect, to be quite frank, from folks in the other branches of government. But we wouldn't be here without them. So Mary, let's go to the next slide. Just want to talk a little bit about TTI and our vision and mission. So these statements were developed by TTI's leadership and staff through an organization-wide strategic planning process. And, you know, having been a corporate lawyer and involved, of course, with the corporate process, my perspectives on developing strategic plans were somewhat unique. So what we did here at TTI is the vision statement was the province of the senior executive team. And I think they're the ones that should be looking toward the horizon. You know, I used to have a saying early in my career that was posted in my office that said, leaders look toward the horizon, managers look toward the bottom line. And there's a lot of truth in that, but focusing on that, our executive team came up with the mission. Our director level, and those would kind of be line leaders or leaders of the line organizations, and that'll make more sense when we get to some subsequent slides. But they came up with the mission statement. And the reason that's important is everybody needs to see what they do at TTI and their practice/discipline area reflected in this statement. So it seems simple, but it's actually quite an involved process, both for vision development as well as mission. And one we don't have here are our values. And our values were developed by our early career, I'm loath to call them millennials, but our early career researchers who needed to embrace the organization and identify the values that will guide us, because they will be the custodians of this great enterprise in the future. So next slide, Mary. Just a little bit now about the org chart. And this is important because TTI is one of 19 institutions in the Texas A&M University system. And we're part of the A&M Systems Engineering program. Of course, that's us there in maroon under the Vice Chancellor of Engineering, but it's quite a complicated matrix. The 11 universities, including the Texas A&M University flagship here in College Station, are of course all run by university presidents. But we also have 8 state agencies that are part of the land grant mission of the Texas A&M University system. So there are 3 under engineering, and you can see Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station, that's affiliated with the academics. I would say that's basic and exploratory research. There's the Engineering Extension Service, and those are folks that work with first responders and others from a workforce development and training perspective. And then of course there's TTI, and we are applied researchers. My motto is real world solutions for real world problems. So that's how we fit together in the engineering enterprise. But of course the A in A&M is the agricultural side. So you can see agriculture and life sciences. And then a recent addition is the Texas Division of Emergency Management. And again, those agencies, state agencies, are seconded to the university system because of our land grant mission. So next slide. So here's just some vintage shots of our legacy. TTI was established in 1950 to conduct transportation research to assist the Texas Highway Department, as it was known at that time, in the effective development of the state's roadway system. In the early days, TTI focused on civil engineering related research, highway infrastructure, as we're all familiar, and how to keep drivers safe on the roadways. And again, some of those vintage pictures, for those who don't remember, when cars had large steel bumpers, that's the early crash mitigation technology. Those were metal barrels, 55-gallon drums filled with sand or sometimes water that were used to help vehicle survivors or vehicle crashes to have the occupants survive those crashes. The top picture on the right is an instrumented bridge deck that we have here at our rellis campus, and I'll tell a bit more about that shortly. And then that's on the bottom left is a picture of I-635 heading between Fort Worth and Dallas, and some of the kind of work that we do with TxDOT, as it's now known, no longer the Texas Highway Department, on managing the assets around the state. So next slide, please. So these are our current research emphases. TTI's research program has grown significantly through the years, and today is a multimodal and focuses on many other areas. We're fully invested in forward-thinking transportation technologies such as electrification and connected and automated vehicle research. We're also preparing our physical infrastructure, such as pavement markings, signs, and signals, roads and bridges for these connected and automated vehicles. Also important to the equation is how human drivers will react to all types of vehicles as the pace of next generation technologies quickens as they're introduced onto our roadways. And just really quick to go through some of these photos. The top left is technology from a company now owned by Intel called Mobileye. And it is pedestrian detection for transit vehicles, mostly buses, but it gives bus drivers 360 awareness, situational awareness of who's around the vehicle and how to proceed more safely. So as you can imagine, all of y'all are on college campuses. We all know that college students come from the most obtuse and unpredictable angles on all types of devices. So this is a way to keep that sometimes chaotic flow when you get, classes or when the bell rings and it's time for classes to get out and folks heading to cars and heading between buildings. There's just a lot going on, and the buses that need to navigate need to do so safely and protect pedestrians and other vulnerable road users. So that's what Mobileye does. The middle central picture, of course, is charging technologies, which are going to be much more relevant as President Biden's IIJA, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, becomes, the dollars for that start to filter out to the states for electrification. Speaking of electrification, the top right is a Tesla Model X, and the apparatus you see on the side of it is machine visioning. We were using that vehicle to test how vehicles navigate the roadways. Right now, it's high conspicuity edge stripes and lane markings, and just being able to test reflectivity, retroreflectivity, nighttime visibility, inclement weather visibility. That's what that apparatus does. And then the bottom left is just a depiction of how connected vehicles are connected, obviously, by Wi-Fi and other technologies to really improve efficiency and safety. So next slide, please. So as I mentioned, this is our research portfolio. It's a snapshot of our full complement of expertise in TTI. We refer to it as our 12 primary research focus areas, but don't think about these areas as cylinders or silos. You really unlock the potential of an organization the size of TTI by the interconnectivity, particularly as transportation and mobility get more complex. So next slide, please. So a little bit of facts and locations. We have 7 urban offices around Texas that address the transportation challenges of our state's most populous areas. We also have a presence in Washington, D.C. through the A&M Systems Federal Relations Office and one of our university transportation centers, and representation in Mexico City as well at Texas A&M Qatar through Texas A&M's engineering program. Now, the yellow dots on the map indicate where TTI is working on research projects around Texas, and that's a current map. So you can see, Texas, as y'all know, is a very large state, and there's a lot going on at any given time. The regions up north get significant inclement weather. The regions down south are much more tropical or semi-tropical. So there are all types of weather challenges that make maintaining the roadways a full-time job. And those are the projects we're invested in around the state, usually in concert with TxDOT, but also in partnership with municipalities and probably MCOs around the state. So that keeps us hopping. The graphs on the bottom show TTI size related to staff and research projects and expenditures. And 80% of our funding comes from competitively procured sponsored research funding. And we work with more than 200 public and private sponsors annually. We also employ students from multiple departments at Texas A&M and from across Texas to work in our offices and laboratories. And also as part of an education enterprise, we also have many of our members have professorial duties in the College of Engineering, as well as TTI developing a master's in engineering, master's in transportation in engineering. So we do remain close to the education mission as well. So next slide, please. Talk about our global presence. So TTI is an international research institution. We've been working throughout the United States and around the world for decades. Since TTI's inception, our researchers have worked in all 50 states and 52 countries around the world. And probably part of this global presence is the fact that we have researchers that represent 38 countries that are part of the TTI team. So our next slide. So this is diverse expertise, as I mentioned, or as you saw in the previous slide. We've got 700 staff members. As I mentioned, they're from 38 different countries, and our researchers are thought leaders in their fields. Many hold national positions in transportation professional organizations. Our staff has diverse expertise to address complex transportation challenges and opportunities with innovation, objectivity, and unmatched technical expertise. The transportation professionals of the future, however, must be individuals with a diverse skill set. So the slide shows a few examples of our staff members' various areas of expertise. So I'll just let that sit for a second. You might be surprised to see areas like epidemiology, of course, law as we start to look at the infusion of these new technologies and what that means from a policy perspective. Of course, data science is huge. And then at the core is just hardcore engineering. So let's go to the next slide. So as I mentioned a little bit earlier, this is a slide about our rellis campus. Excuse me, so the rellis campus where TTI's headquarters is located, as you can see the building behind me and the upper right picture, is a redeveloped 2,000-acre collaborative environment for teaching, research, and workforce development that blends industry expertise to shift ideas from the laboratory to the marketplace. Originally, the rellis campus was a World War II Army airfield in the 1940s. And then this location has long been a place where Texas A&M and TTI have conducted world-class research, technology development, and workforce training in areas such as vehicle safety, traffic engineering, law enforcement training, biological materials processing, robotics, and unmanned aerial systems. TTI has a multitude of research and testing facilities at the rellis campus, and I will discuss some of those a little bit later today. And just for interest, the reason rellis is capitalized is that name is actually an acronym for the core values of the Texas A&M University system, and that's respect, excellence, leadership, loyalty, integrity, and selfless service. And those core values are inculcated into our students early on in what we call fish camp, when all of the freshmen come and learn about the traditions at Texas A&M, but those core values are something that every student is proud to repeat. And just quickly, because we'll talk about some of these research areas. So the top left is our environmental chamber. I'll talk a little bit about that in a moment. But the aerial view on the bottom left shows what this Army airfield looked like. We've retained a lot of the characteristics. We have 7 miles of paved surfaces. So that's how we're able to configure it for high-speed vehicle testing, continuous loop testing for things like platooning trucks. But you can see now how the campus is divided up. So on the east side of campus, we have an education campus. That's where we have an academic alliance where the 10 universities that don't reside in College Station have an opportunity to provide educational opportunities for students here in Brazos Valley. The training campus is where our TEACS sister agency, first responders, et cetera, that's where that training occurs. The testing area is where a lot of, we call that our proving ground. That's a lot of where TTI's research is conducted. And then secure industry labs and joint research facilities. This is an early depiction because we are now partnered with the Army Futures Command here at our rellis campus, where they have it's called the Bush Combat Development Complex. So a lot of what you saw on the secure industry side now is now the home of Army Futures Command Research and Development Campus. So a lot going on. So next slide, talk a little bit about now the TTI Proving Ground, as I referred. So one of the facilities is our proving ground where we conduct roadside safety and physical security testing, as well as automated and connected vehicle applications and pavement applications. We also conduct various driving and traffic operations studies on the proving ground runways. We've leveraged our roadside safety and perimeter security research into a relatively new area of designing and testing bollards to help prevent storefront crashes that have been prominently in the news in the United States over the last several years. And I'm sure you've seen those stories on the news where a driver unfortunately or inadvertently steps on the accelerator and runs over those little steel pipes that are filled with concrete. Those really do little. They tend to snap like toothpicks, and that's why those vehicles are able to penetrate and oftentimes cause a lot of physical damage, but sometimes damage to individuals inside those businesses. So we're developing bollards that will be able to stop those incursions. Again, the upper right picture is just an aerial, a live aerial of what the campus looks like. The top left and the bottom right are testing of, well, the top left is obviously the modern barrels that are now plastic barrels filled with sand to ameliorate crashes. The bottom right is what you would see along a bridge deck. So the reason this testing occurs, these have to be compared to the Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware. It's a federal highways manual called the MASH. And any of the roadway architecture or infrastructure or hardware you see along the side of the road can't just be placed willy-nilly. It has to be from an approved list that Federal Highways maintains before it can be put on the sides of the road. And then that bottom left, which is quite a striking photo, that's obviously not intended for the driver to survive. This is the kind of device that's at secured facilities around the world, whether it's military installations, whether it's Department of State, consulates or embassies. These are the kinds of things that are meant to prevent. Generally, what occurs is a mid-sized truck stuffed with explosives. So this is designed to ensure that the truck does not penetrate the perimeter and also send a message to anyone following that this is probably a bad idea. We better rethink our approach to diplomacy in this instance. So next slide, please. So a little bit about our autonomous vehicle and roadside safety test beds. The A&M system is in the process of installing 2 independent 5G networks on the test tracks at the rellis campus. The network will cover 2.5 miles, and it will provide opportunities for connected and autonomous vehicle testing and smart infrastructure research projects. Next slide, please. And here we have industry partnerships here at rellis through TTI, 3M, with corporate operations in 70 countries. 3M develops technologies and products for a variety of industries, including the automotive industry. TTI researchers and Texas A&M University faculty recently completed 3 research project task orders covered by the confidentiality clauses in the A&M Master Research Agreement with 3M, which was established in 2017. 3M also supports graduate students at Texas A&M in mechanical engineering. Econolite in the center is an innovator of intelligent transportation system solutions, products, and services, and is the industry sponsor for TTI's Smart Intersection. The intersection tests connected vehicle applications, traffic signal control, and connected infrastructure. And then Neology is a leading provider of mobility solutions and services in the transportation, tolling, and public safety fields. That's another industry partner. Neology's research center tests new tolling and intelligent transportation system solutions, and is completely built out on the rellis campus near the TTI headquarters. It has a high-speed track that supports vehicles traveling up to 100 miles an hour, and a double gantry where devices can be connected for testing, as well as an observation center for viewing the tests. And the reason for this high-speed testing, particularly here in the state of Texas, we have posted speed limits on certain roads that's up to 85 miles an hour. So as you know, there is a plus minus 10 mile an hour window before you gain the attention of your local state trooper. So that's 95 to 100 miles an hour on Texas roadways through the more remote parts of the state. And what Neology found and other traffic tolling companies have found is that vehicles traveling at those velocities often manage to escape the toll because the technology, the RFID tags, just find it difficult to capture the data before the vehicle has passed. So Neology is working on high-speed tolling technology so that the roadways that are built and where that tolling supports don't lose that revenue. So I'm not telling you to speed through tolling gantries. You didn't hear that from me. Okay, next slide, please. TTI CAMP Auto Industry Collaboration. We're a subcontractor to CAMP, which stands for the Crash Avoidance Metric Partners, a consortium of automotive manufacturers, including Ford, General Motors, Honda, Nissan, Hyundai, and Volkswagen, conducting field experimentation of wireless interaction between semi-automated vehicles and advanced traffic signal equipment. So using our smart intersection, the project involves providing strings of equipped vehicles with information from the infrastructure called signal phase and timing, SPAT, and Q information, so that the vehicles can optimize their trajectory through a corridor to minimize the number of stops and stop times. The camp representatives raved about the capabilities of our unique testing facility, which allowed them to discover and resolve technical issues in the safety of a closed facility prior to a real-world deployment of the technology in the Houston region beginning in this March. So next slide. So now we're going to turn to where is transportation heading, and what do we as transportation professionals need to be thinking about? So this is preparing for the electric vehicle revolution. Vehicle electrification is on a rapid pace, and we as research institutions need to be ready. When we evaluate the entire process of manufacturing an EV and sourcing electricity, EVs generate up to 67% lower greenhouse gas emissions over their service lifetime. So their environmental benefits are significant. As we all know, the federal government is helping drive the electrification revolution, with the Biden administration setting a goal of 50% of vehicle sales being EVs by 2030. In fact, the recently passed IIJA has provided $7.5 billion in funding for EV charging infrastructure. Next slide, please. So EVs are growing in popularity. I mean, we're all witnessing more EVs on our roadways. And although EVs make up about 4% of passenger vehicle sales today globally, and only 2.5% in the US, automakers have announced plans to release 200 additional EV models over the next 5 years. And by 2030, analysts' projections show EVs accounting for 40% of all vehicle sales. The freight and transit sectors are also increasing their use of EVs and testing their performance on our roadways. Next slide, please. So this says it all. I mean, there's a need for an equitable and robust charging infrastructure. For EVs to be prominently used, it is critical to build out a stronger public charging system that meets every community's needs, such as in transportation corridors, workplaces, retail settings, municipal parking areas, and rural areas. Very key that we consider rural applications. The fueling stations we see around town may one day be replaced or supplemented by charging road stops. So think of them as a new kind of hangout with activities for your family to enjoy as your vehicle tops off its charging. Equitable charging investments must incentivize medium and heavy-duty fleet vehicles and better support harder to serve disadvantaged populations as well. The federal government, academic institutions, local leaders, third-party charging companies, site hosts, and utilities are all working together and should be working together to make this happen. Next slide. So I mentioned a little bit earlier about our environmental chamber. I'm going to talk a little bit about our expansion into EV battery testing and impacts on the power grid. So TTI is seeking to become a national leader in assessing and testing vehicle electrification and its impact on the electric grid in partnership with our sister agency, TEAS, as I mentioned, the Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station. A planned expansion of TTI's existing environmental and emissions research facility will be completed in late 2022, and it will provide capabilities in researching and testing electric vehicles, testing batteries at extreme temperatures, and exploring battery range and storage options, as well as charging alternatives. A key focus of the expansion will be evaluating the impact of electric vehicles on Texas and the nation's power grids. Now, as I mentioned, it's got national application, but it's particularly acute here in Texas. You all heard that last February, our grid crashed when it got cold. Right? So if we're having problems with just Mother Nature, the problems will be compounded when millions of vehicles are trying to access the grid for powering up and recharging across the state. So we need to think about this strategically and wisely. So last July, a startup company for electric vehicle charging demand software technology was spun off based on TTI research. The company's named Electrotempo Inc., and it uses software technology to predict light-duty electric vehicle charging demands, costs, and locations. Next slide. Safe battery disposal and recycling, right, remains a challenge. So as the world transitions to an electric economy, its appetite for lithium-ion batteries is projected to increase tenfold by 2030. Most of that explosion will be driven by electric vehicles, which will carry batteries weighing more than 1,000 pounds. EV truck batteries are several thousand pounds heavier. Most of these batteries have traditionally been produced and disposed of outside of the US with unseen negative impacts on the environment and those populations. Strategies for safely storing and recycling these so-called beyond useful life batteries should be central to implementing electric vehicles. And I put beyond useful life in air quotes because, for example, BMW electric vehicles, when the batteries can only hold 70% of their initial charge, they're deemed to be beyond useful life and they are discarded. So that is a resource that potentially should be recycled if they're not able to hold that significant initial charge, but sending them to landfill or other responsible practices will only increase environmental issues going into the future. Groundbreaking recycling work being done by American companies has the potential to reclaim up to 95% of critical materials from scrap batteries, but more research is needed on how to dispose of and recycle them over time. And I've also been talking about the front end impacts of accessing these rare earth minerals like cobalt, like lithium, et cetera. More often than not, those materials are found in countries that are either conflict zones, indigenous areas, or environmentally sensitive areas. Early in my career, I was counsel for a mining company. So being aware of the toil that extractive technologies take needs to be part of the consideration for these developing and burgeoning technologies going forward. We can't create front-end environmental issues and back-end environmental disposal issues while reaping the benefit of the core benefits of electrification. So those are things to keep in mind as well. Next slide, please. I mentioned a little bit earlier about connected and automated vehicles. We all know that self-driving vehicles are certainly under continuous research, and they're moving closer toward reality every day, because many states and cities are now serving as testing grounds or proving grounds for these rapidly advancing technologies, and the list of locations is growing steadily. When sufficiently tested and effectively implemented, CAVs, as they're called, connected and automated vehicles, could potentially prevent 81% of crashes that involve unimpaired drivers. And those numbers come from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration at DOT. There are still multiple hurdles to clear, such as the accuracy and reliability of these new technologies, the obvious need for ironclad cybersecurity, and managing the discord between infrastructure owners and vehicle manufacturers. There are also uncertainties ahead related to consumer trust and acceptance and emerging policy issues. For routine driving situations, CAVs are reliable, but for unusual circumstances, such as wet pavements, construction zones, high density pedestrian areas, snow and fog, let's add those, humans tend to be better than machines at making driving decisions in these complex environments. TTI is working on improving automated and connected vehicle technologies, and I'll share a few examples with you. Next slide. So vehicles nowadays, and I'll get to this in a second, but they produce about 4 terabytes of data on a daily basis. So a data tsunami is underway in transportation at a scale unseen previously in history. Transportation has become a data-driven industry. So as I just said, I mean, another way to look at it is a highly computerized high-end vehicle now uses 100 million lines of code The space shuttle used 400,000 lines of code. So that gives you a comparison from a real world perspective. Over the past year or so, TTI researchers have been exploring a wide range of innovative applications for connected vehicle data that has been collected through cellular 4G LTE connectivity. TTI has licensed several data sets from a particular OEM that is popular in Texas, as this OEM's connected vehicles represent about 5% of the total registered vehicles in Texas. We have access to more detailed vehicle event data beyond just vehicle position and speed, which is going to enable some revolutionary improvements in how we understand and manage traffic planning, operations, and safety. Next slide. So on average, 125 construction workers lose their lives annually in the US, or have lost their lives annually in the US over the last decade, with an average of 14 lives lost in Texas on an annual basis. To address this scourge, TTI has been tasked by TxDOT with a multi-year project to develop and deploy traveler information, mobility coordination, and work zone safety for a 96-mile, $2.1 billion construction project on I-35 in Central Texas. TTI has created an innovative, connected, real-time traveler information system that provides pre-trip and en route traveler information across multiple outreach channels. This connected corridor has gained state, national, and international recognition, setting the stage for future research and deployment projects in this area. Next slide. So TTI is a partner, and this is an interesting map about connected freight corridors, but we're a partner in this corridor project implemented by TxDOT in the Texas Triangle. And you probably heard references to the Texas Triangle and the part of the state, you know, from a topographic perspective, it looks like the eastern side of the state, but that's considered Central Texas, largely because the western side of the state is much less populated. So this is where the population density in the state resides, between the major cities of Dallas, Fort Worth, Austin, San Antonio, and Houston. And you can see the connectors between them that create that Texas Triangle. Dab smack in the middle of that triangle, though, is where Bryan College Station is, which is where, of course, TTI has its headquarters. So again, the triangle contains 3/4, as I mentioned, of the state's 29 million person population, 7 of the top 25 national freight bottlenecks, and is expected to double freight tonnage from 2010 to 2040. The project vision is to equip the Texas Triangle with connected infrastructure technology, equip 1,000 trucks and TxDOT fleet vehicles with onboard technology, and to provide freight operators and drivers with information and warnings to improve safety and mobility in the triangle. You know, and another confounding factor here in Texas is that we get on average 1,100 people a day moving to the state. So the population is exploding, and managing and getting out in front of traffic challenges is a significant responsibility of TxDOT. But that's where our partnership rings true. And in partnership with TxDOT, we certainly plan to stay out in front of these real world issues. Next slide. I mentioned a little bit earlier about truck platooning. We led a successful project that was demonstrated at our proving ground. So truck platooning extends radar and vehicle-to-vehicle communications-based cooperative adaptive cruise control using precise vehicle controls to maintain a tight formation of vehicles with short following distances. A manually driven truck leads a platoon, allowing the drivers of the following trucks to disengage from driving tasks and monitor system performance. Truck platooning has demonstrated the potential for significant fuel savings, enhanced mobility, reduction of emissions from platooning vehicles, and increased safety. The goal of the project was to develop guidance for TxDOT and other stakeholders to prepare Texas for deploying truck platooning on key freight corridors throughout the state. And you can see how that ties in with that Texas Triangle, where we have 25 of the nation's worst freight bottlenecks. Next slide, please. So as vehicle technology continues to expand into new areas, a need is developing to synchronize vehicle technology capabilities with traditional physical highway infrastructure. One of the most heavily used elements of the physical infrastructure space on a highway, as I mentioned earlier, is pavement markings. Many new vehicles use cameras and machine vision algorithms to detect and read pavement markings to provide features such as lane departure warning and lane keeping assist, technologies that are on modern vehicles today. TTI led a research project designed to develop pavement marking criteria that will provide reliable detection with in-vehicle camera systems. The results are being used by agencies interested in specifying and maintaining their highways to a level that will provide reliable machine vision detection. And the corollary benefit there is anything that benefits machine visioning benefits human drivers. So brighter lines, brighter edge stripes, higher reflectivity, better contrast on light surfaces like concrete will only help improve situational awareness and improve the safety and efficiency of driving for human-driven vehicles as well. So next slide. So the next generation of driverless vehicles are being tested at facilities on the rellis campus and elsewhere in the campus community. Experts from TTI and the Texas A&M Engineering College are collaborating to test the reliability, functionality, and safety of these vehicles. This slide shows 4 of these vehicles. At the top left is an autonomous shuttle demonstration in downtown Bryan, Texas, which we worked on with our sister agency, TEAS, the Engineering Experiment Station. And I mentioned Bryan. We're known here as the Twin Cities. I'm quite sure you're all familiar with that. The Twin Cities here are Bryan and College Station. And the history is back in 1876, landowners in Bryan ceded property, pasture land that ultimately became Texas A&M College, that ultimately became the university, and now the city of College Station that supports it. The Lincoln MKZ hybrid in the center picture up top is outfitted with a suite of sensors: LiDAR for object and obstacle detection, radar for detecting other vehicles, and cameras for traffic lights, signals, and pedestrian detection. On the upper right is a driverless shuttle, which we pilot tested on the university campus to examine scientific, engineering, and public acceptance factors associated with the introduction of autonomous shuttles on the campus. And the bottom photo shows the Texas A&M University College of Engineering students who placed first in the 2021 Auto Drive Challenge sponsored by General Motors and the Society for Automotive Engineers. Next slide. The full deployment of automated and connected vehicles, where human error is largely removed from the equation, holds the promise of fewer crashes and a dramatic reduction in the loss of life. In addition to the safety benefits of CAVs, they also provide mobility for those who can't drive, such as members of our aging population or those who have a disability, as well as other benefits, such as the opportunity to reduce congestion and emissions. So as we sit here today, there are about 286 million cars on US roads, and the average vehicle age is 12.1 years, which is the oldest it's ever been, our fleet, in the history of vehicles in this country. But what that means is that the current rate of consumption, it will take at least 20 years for the existing fleet to turn over. Also, to make a profound contribution to safety, self-driving cars would need to constitute a dominant presence on the roads, and we're still many years away from full deployment. Next slide. So in closing, I'd like to emphasize that we're undergoing a transformation similar to the introduction of the Model T car into a horse and buggy world, peppered with pedestrians, bicycles, trolleys, and scooters. So the state of transportation technology is positive for certain, but is evolving and still very much in a development, testing, and acceptance mode. In research agencies like TTI, we're fond of saying more research is needed when we're forging a new path or developing a new product. This is exactly the case for many of the technologies I've described, although we've come an incredibly long way in the last 5 to 10 years in preparing for the transportation of our transportation system. With what I like to call a mosh pit of change underway in this space, in the near term, it's important for us to engage all interests, public and private, to safely deploy and test technologies and support a continuous cycle of learning and innovation. This includes engaging the public in testing and deployment to understand acceptance and travel behavior shifts that will likely occur. We need to accelerate research to address gaps in understanding which will affect all areas of transportation planning, project development, operations and maintenance, and we need to prepare to implement, which includes the appropriate policy and legal foundation for implementing automated and connected and electrified transportation initiatives. And one more slide, or maybe a slide and a half. As I mentioned before, next slide, please, Mary. As I mentioned before, part of our educational mandate is our online master's degree program. So when you have an opportunity, I'd like to invite you to check out 2 new initiatives underway at TTI. First, TTI developed an online master's degree programming in engineering in conjunction with the Texas A&M Department of Multidisciplinary Engineering. The degree program is intended for transportation professionals with a minimum of 5 years of work experience. The target date to begin the program is the fall semester of 2022. And then next, consider subscribing to TTI's podcast, Thinking Transportation, which features our experts and a few of our friends discussing important transportation topics and trends. And I would point out my good friend, Zach Dorzaf, Executive Director of VTTI, joined me in a conversation about the future of transportation. But after only a year of production this month, our podcast is #1 on both the Apple and Google podcast platforms when searching for the term transportation. And then finally, we always close with this slide. I believe we're on the leading edge of the deployment of a fully connected transportation system to include all of the elements shown in this infographic. And all of us in this room will play a role in its implementation moving forward. So hang on for the ride, it's gonna be fun. And my final closing slide, I'd like to thank you again for inviting me to participate in this forum. I'm sorry, next slide, Mary. Yeah, there we go. If there's time to answer a few questions, I'd be happy to do so.
Thank you, Greg. That was an excellent presentation. I'm impressed. I can tell you that by the operations that you all have there at TTI. We are a little past our time, but I definitely don't want to miss the opportunity to have you address some of the questions. I do have one specific one that came from Celia, and she wanted to know more about the certification from Seminarios. I may not have pronounced that correctly.
Let me see what the question was.
Let me look at the specific question.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
That's not ringing a bell to me. I would have to look into that. If you can give me a little bit more information, I'll have a better idea of where to look. As I mentioned, we're part of the Texas A&M Engineering Enterprise, but we're not necessarily a part of the College of Engineering, although many of our researchers do teach classes there and in the College of Landscape and Architecture for Urban Planning. So a little bit more information would be helpful, but I'll take down that name and see if I can get some information for you and get it to you while the symposium is still going today.
Okay, yeah, I was curious because I didn't recognize the term, and I was like, I wasn't sure if you had mentioned it in your presentation. I thought maybe I had missed it during your presentation. I did have one additional question. I just wanted to find out, what is TTI's connection with the military? Do they have a specific connection with them in terms of some of the activities that they perform or testing that they perform with the military there?
No, that's a great question. Under the Morrill Act from the 1800s, which is the entity that had the land grant for Texas A&M. I'm sorry, trying to reduce.
Yeah, us too. We're a land grant as well. So we celebrated the Morrill Act.
That's right.
2 years back. Yeah.
That's right. That's right. But the original language had a requirement that schools being stood up under that funding or that land grant had to have a military component. So we have the largest corps of cadets outside any of the service academies, and that was an optic for the 4-star general that came here to visit with us. So that's how we had a close affiliation with Army Futures Command. Army reorganized its research laboratories under one 4-star flag officer. So the research of the Bush Combat Development Center is here at rellis. The College of Engineering is working very closely on things like hypersonics, which have to do with very high-speed delivery of munitions, directed energy. They're working closely with TTI on human factors with respect to self-driving or highly automated vehicles in the field. So whether they're troop transports or fighting vehicles, they want to know how the warfighter would operate and interact with those complex technologies.
That's awesome. Yeah, I did several years working with the Army Research Lab up in Maryland, and
Yes.
human factors is a big component, making sure that their soldiers stay protected, number one,
right.
but also know how to utilize the technology that's being implemented in their practice as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Greg. We greatly appreciate it. I'm not seeing any additional questions in the Q&A. So with that, I give you a round of applause. I know
thank
virtual.
Thank you so much.
But thank
Great
you
pleasure.
so much. Don't be surprised if I reach out again to see about bringing maybe some of our students to tour the facilities there once everything's clear with the pandemic and everybody feels comfortable. Because I think what you guys are doing is really great, and I think for our students to be exposed to those types of activities would be eye-opening to them.
No, we'd be thrilled to do that. We participate in the UTC program as well, and also partner with Virginia Tech in a number of collaboratives. So we're friends all the way around, although we're all friends in the research space, but we'd be thrilled to have y'all come here and visit us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, make sure you get some good barbecue too.
Oh, definitely. Appreciate it. And thank you, Mary. All right, so now we are into our lunch. So of course, we're virtual, so you can grab your lunch and bring it back. We will try to start on time because some of our presenters are still expected to be in the classroom today. And so I don't want to change up the schedule too much because I'm not familiar with all of their class schedules. So we'll take a break. We are going to come back here at 12:30, and that will start our research presentations with Dr. Namale from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So I think until then, Brian will be shutting things down. I don't think we're going into a networking session, are we, Brian?
No, I don't think we're going to try that during the next 10 minutes.
Okay. All right, so we'll see you back at 12:30. Thank you.
Research for a couple of projects, the one with the title as well as the one recently concluded, discrete dynamics and epidemiological multiphysics models. I'd like to acknowledge my collaborators and students who did most of the work. So coming to the motivation for the presentation, in this the virtual symposium is a motivation here. A couple of years ago, we had a nice symposium where all of us got together physically. One of the concerns for having the virtual symposium, of course, is infection transmission, COVID infection transmission, specifically during transportation, during air travel. In air travel, there have been many instances of specific diseases transmitting through air travel. For example, influenza, tuberculosis. More recently, Ebola. There have been a couple of cases of Ebola transmitted through air travel in 2014-2015 timeframe. And COVID pandemic has brought this into our, earlier these were more of a research questions. Now they have, the COVID pandemic, it has brought all of these questions into the forefront of our regular day-to-day use, day-to-day questions. If we look at air travel in general, the reason for different infections, transmissions to happen during air travel. It's an enclosed compact seat configuration. The seats are about 18 inches, so they're very close to each other. There are very good filters, but given the limited space, if somebody coughs or sneezes, if there are any expiratory events, it's possible to get viremia transmitted even before the filtration occurs. And again, we have a lot of people in air travel, so there is unpredictable random pedestrian behavior. And most commonly, the typical flights last anywhere from 1 to 10 hours. More of the flights are in the 4-hour range. And all of these conditions are combined to cause infection transmission. And if we have some fine-tuned policy prescriptions for air travel, they can be effective in reducing impact on air travel. Like they may assuage people's concerns, and people may travel more freely. Here we employ pedestrian dynamics and infection transmission combination to study some such case studies. And later on, I will show that location-based services could be used for providing data for some of these simulations at a larger scale. So this slide describes the basic idea of our research. We have pedestrian dynamics, a model for pedestrian dynamics where movement of people is modeled, and we get trajectories of how people move. Specifically, we use that in the context of air travel, but it could be generally used anywhere. Then we have the infection model, commonly known as SIR model, susceptible, infective, SCIR, SIR, susceptible, infected, recovered, or removed, those kind of models. So when we combine these two, we can get an estimate of how pedestrian movement or pedestrian location is causing infection transmission. Now, to account for variability in pedestrian movement, we don't have the initial conditions. For some of that, we are using location-based services data, which is cell phone app-based data. So we are using that to provide information to pedestrian dynamics and combining it with infection spread. There are several models for pedestrian dynamics, and I covered some of these in earlier CATM presentations, so I will go over this quickly. What we use is known as social force model. It was proposed by Helping in 2000. The basic idea is very similar to Newtonian dynamics models like molecular dynamics, where in molecular dynamics, you start with an initial set of atoms, and their movement is captured through Newtonian mechanics. Here, the same thing is applied to pedestrians. With interparticle forces. So some of the forces are generated when people want to move in a certain direction, that generates a force. And when they want to, there is obstruction to the movement, there's another force. And I essentially use the same code which I used for material science a long back. We modified that code to apply it to pedestrians. In addition, we made some changes to facilitate things like queue formation. And we obtained the parameters for these pedestrian dynamics through large-scale parallel computing simulations on large-scale supercomputers, and validated the model for movement in airplanes with some old empirical studies, comparing with some old empirical studies. Now, the infection transmission model itself, it is called an SIR model. It is an individual-based stochastic infection model. So there is a probability component. If there is an infected person and there are other people who are susceptible around them, so based on a probability of infection and the distance between particles, pedestrian particles, we can estimate the probability of the susceptible people turning into an infectious people. And this is essentially a Monte Carlo-like model. Now, the recent addition which we made to this is this dose response modeling, specifically with respect to COVID-19. For example, if a person is 2 meters away versus a person is 10 meters away, 2 feet away versus 10 feet away, the probability of infection would be different. So, so here we are utilizing that aspect. It's essentially, this is the probability is estimated as 1 minus exponent of this V term, and the V incorporates time, distance, and infectivity. And we, how do we obtain the parameters for the model? We fit it to some known super spreading situations. One such situation is a restaurant in China where it was a very, I mean, there are many such super spreading situations, but in this particular case, there was a very, it's a enclosed situation, and it was very clear who the infected person was, who the original index case was, and who the, how the people got infected. And it was very clear that they got infected in this particular restaurant during the 1 hour they spent together. So based on the positions, we could obtain the infection parameters. Now, we have looked at many such situations to obtain ranges of infection parameters, but for this study, we are using essentially this, this set of parameters. And then we looked at 3 case studies dealing with specific air travel. Where one of them, it's a case, it is a flight from London to Hanoi. The red, you can see that that was the index case, and by the time this 10-hour flight was concluded, all these orange passengers, they got infected. What is interesting is there are people at the back of the aircraft that got infected, and then the gray are vacant seats and green are the people who did not get infected. This was early on, so mask usage was rare, and there were total 14 secondary infections. So this is one case study. The second is Singapore Hangzhou flight. Again, there were 2 infectious people that resulted in 14 infections. Again, but what is interesting here is everybody was wearing masks, but the type of mask was not mandated. Even the mask usage was mandated. It was not enforced very strictly. So people were wearing masks, the mask usage, sometimes the masks, there were anecdotal evidence that people were not wearing the mask fully covering nose and mouth in some instances. So this is the second case study. And the third case study, it is a small flight which were transporting 2 known COVID infectious people. It had 9 passengers, but everybody was wearing very high quality FFP2 or N95 masks. So we look at modeling of these 3 situations and look at what we gain from that. If you notice, there are 3 mask types. There's no mask, cloth mask, and very effective N95 kind of masks. So we take all of these into consideration, and then we look at some counterfactuals with respect to what if in a certain flight there were more masking or seat configurations changes and so forth. Now, when we do our model, when we look into our model with respect to the London Hanoi flight, if we combine, so there is co-location of people during the flight. With just that, we are not able to explain the correct number of infections. But if we combine in-flight movement, boarding and deplaning, if we combine the pedestrian movement, then we are able to very accurately estimate the number of infections. It was very close to what was actually observed in in the real situation. Likewise, and here there was no masking, so the parameters corresponded to no mask. Now, in the Singapore flight, we use a typical cloth mask, parameters based on typical cloth mask. So mask filtration efficiency was considered to be 50%, and mask was found to reduce the, these are parameters from literature. If mask reduces the distance in which the infection happens. And in this case, again, with these parameters, we could closely estimate. Actual infections were 12 model when we include in-plane movement, boarding and deplaning, we could get to about 11 infections. Note that we used empirical studies. There are some empirical studies of how much time people spend in typical in-plane movement. There was a study by Vicky Storsberg and PNAS. We used information from that. And boarding and deplaning, we used various combinations. So it is an averaged situation over there. And in case of this Japan flight, where everybody was wearing N95 masks, if we replicate that situation, again, we get that there are no infections happening here because the N95 mask reduces the infection distance by half, but it also reduces the kappa parameter associated with the infection transmission by 95%. So that is interesting that in all three cases, we could replicate, or we could replicate what was actually happening in these flights with our models. Now, with this information, we did some parameter sweeps. For example, for the Singapore flight, varying the mask efficiency from 0% to 97%, that is no mask, to a very high efficiency mask, like a 95. What our model is suggesting is if N95 masks were used in that flight completely, the number of infections instead of 14, that would have reduced to about 2 or 2.5. Likewise, if no masks were used, and in that particular situation, low efficiency masks were used, if no masks were used, it could have increased to 55. So this is, again, this is a plugin for mask usage. And now, if you remember last year, sometime a lot of airlines were implementing middle seat vacant methodology. If we do that middle seat vacant approach here as well, what we are observing is that there is a combination, there is a synergy between the social distancing practice and mask usage. If we reduce the number of passengers by keeping all the middle seats vacant, the number of passengers reduces by 30%. But the reduction in infections is greater than 30%. What that suggests is even without any mask usage, middle seat vacant reduces exposure. Keeping the middle seat vacant reduces exposure, therefore it reduces the number of infections. But when we use mask usage, because the distance through which the infection spread also occurs also reduces, there's a lot of synergy going on over there. And in terms of sensitivity between mask and distance, in terms of how mask parameters, which are more important, masks which can reduce the distance of transmission, those are more effective than masks that reduce the, let us say, the amount of viremia coming out. So if we look at these two factors and we did some sensitivity analysis on these two factors, and it turns out that the distance, reducing the distance factor is effective thing. And I want to quickly touch upon a couple of other things. One more study, we looked at different boarding changes in response to COVID-19. For example, there was back to front boarding that was adapted for some time. If that is adapted without any changes, we find that that is not very effective in reducing the infections. because a lot of people congregate in the line during boarding. They're in the aisles during boarding. So there are other effective methods for boarding. Again, this is an older work which says that airplane sizes, smaller airplanes are effective in reducing infection spread. So I have just 1 minute, so I'll very quickly try to wrap up. Another part of our study, we use this location-based services data. For example, this is a Orlando airport. Location-based services data are mobile phone users data collected from vendors. When we sign away the apps, all of they collect all the location of people, and Cubic is one of those such vendors. So we can, for example, using that data, Orlando airport, we can find that security checks are places where people congregate. Now we could use that information and apply the same model to pedestrian queues and pedestrian queue layouts and obtain some useful insights. For example, using wall separators in place of ropes are very effective in reducing the number of contacts. Since I'm out of time, I will quickly put on this summary slide, which covers all of our recent results. And if there are any questions, I can take one or two before moving on.
Thank you very much. This was definitely interesting to me because I have started flying again, even taking an international flight or two since the pandemic. And so this is very, very interesting information for me because it's something that I want to know in terms of my risk. So just in general, I don't see any questions in the Q&A. So I'm assuming we don't, okay, one just popped in, let me see. Debbie is asking, in one flight study, business class secondary infections were more than the rest. Why would that be?
Business class infections. Yes, that is because index case was in the business class.
So patient zero was in business.
Yeah, patient zero. So this is the flight we're talking about. The red is the patient zero because he was sitting over there. The business class people were infected, but there are people infected in the back, and these can't be explained if we just look at the co-location of people. We have to include boarding, deplaning, in-flight movement, then we can explain these infections.
Yes. All right, let me see if there was another one. Okay, it looks like that.
Are you able to see my screen, Miranda?
Yes, we can still see it. Yeah. All right, just due to time, I'm going to cut off the questions, but if you have any additional Q&A, I'm sure Dr. Namale will stick around for just a little bit, just throw them in Q&A and he can address them, I believe, directly while the next presenter is presenting. But thank you so much for the presentation. Very, like I said, very interesting, very timely for me. I'm about to engage in recruiting some students to start doing some study abroad activities. So it's good to see the results of these types of studies to give some indication as to their risk during those types of studies, those types of flights.
That's right. That's very good. I'll say that the most effective thing what we saw was using a N95 mask. That is very effective. But yeah, practically it is a little difficult because it is a little suffocating to keep it on for a long time.
I've worn one for over 12 hours and it can be. But if it's that or my health, then I'll stick with that.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Bye.
All right, our next presenter is Samarth Matagi. Please correct anybody, if I butcher your name, please correct my pronunciation. But I believe, let's see, do we have, are they on?
Yes, can you hear me well?
There you go, okay.
Okay, yeah. Can you also see my screen?
Can see your screen, yes.
Okay, sure, yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
I'll turn it
So
over
I'm here to, yeah. So I'm here to talk about my research on epidemiological models for transportation application for secondary crashes. Yeah. So I would like to acknowledge for funding for this particular project by DOT UTC Advanced Center for Advanced Transportation Mobility. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah. So yeah, going over the introduction, let us discuss about the secondary crashes. So the crashes that occur as a result of the initial or primary crash within the vicinity of the primary crash and within a certain queue time, then that particular crash is considered to be a secondary crash. So according to the survey conducted by the National Highway Safety Traffic Safety Administration, over 35,000 deaths and 2.4 million injuries were attributed to motor vehicle crashes in the United States in the year 2015. So, and also in one of the literature, it was found that an estimate of nearly 10% of the freeway crashes was classified as secondary crashes. And some of the primary contributing factors for the occurrence of the secondary crashes are the primary incident type, primary incident duration, and the time of the day. So these are some of the factors that are mainly the cause for the secondary crashes. And going over the literature review, these are some of the past studies that was conducted to identify the secondary crashes. So mainly the secondary crashes has been classified into two methods. One is the static method and the other one is the dynamic method. So basically in the static method, we actually have a spatio-temporal threshold, which we initialize in our initial study. And based on that threshold, we are going to identify the secondary crashes. So let's say if we have initialized our spatio-temporal thresholds for 2 miles and 2 hours, and if there is any crash uh, pertaining within 2 miles and 2 hours from the primary crash, then that particular crash would be considered as a secondary crash. So similarly, we have a dynamic method wherein we do not have a spatio-temporal threshold, but we have a varying spatio-temporal threshold depending upon the number of vehicles on the freeway. So we have different techniques to actually solve this. These are some of the techniques that has been used to actually solve the dynamic problem for the identification of secondary crashes. Some of the research objectives that I would like to talk on solving our project is that we were able to construct a predictive model for secondary crashes using a self-exciting point process model. So I'll be discussing about what exactly is the self-exciting point process model in the further slides and some of the examples which the model has already been applied to. So, and then we try to classify the primary and secondary crashes based on the traffic data. And then we would analyze the periodic distribution of these crashes based on the weekly and daily trends. And then finally, to formulate a model that can be utilized to make effective policies analysis to mitigate secondary crashes on an I-4 as an example. So yeah, before going over some of the examples of the point process model has been applied, let us talk about what exactly is the point process. So the point process is a stochastic model that is used to describe the occurrence of discrete event in space and time. So we actually consider the points, the discrete events as points in space and time, and then using the point process model, we classify these clustered events. So one of the examples that the point process has been widely used is in the field of seismology. So there has been an extensive research in this field. And as we can see in figure 2, these are some of the earthquake activities which was found in the Iran from 1973 to 2015 with a total of 5,970 events. So using this particular model, we were able to classify the earthquake data set into the main shock and the aftershock. So the main shock event are nothing but the large seismic activity, which are independent, whereas the aftershock events are dependent event on the main shock. And from the data that we actually got from this particular study, we saw that the first earthquake activity was occurred on 6th of January in 1973, which was a main shock. And there was a couple of earthquake activity on 12th March 1973 on the same day. The first activity on that particular day was considered to be a main shock. And a couple of hours later, there was another earthquake which was an aftershock. So based on these particular model, we were able to classify the dependent and independent events. Then the point process model has been applied to various social media platforms like Twitter, YouTube, and etc. So in case of Twitter, when an original tweet is made, in response to that original tweet, there are a number of reactions in the form of retweets which are made. So basically, using this particular model, we were able the people were actually able to see how the retweet cascades over a period of time. And then and secondly, in the YouTube platform, using the video information and the user information, they were able to classify which videos are going to be viral or are going to be successful using this particular point process model. And another set of example that was applied is in the mass killing, which involves firearms and school shootings, which has a contagion effect in the immediate past. So as you can see in the figure 4, that these dots indicate the mass shooting, which has an triggering event in the immediate past when an original killings occur. So from this particular literature, it was found that on an average, the mass killings involving firearms was approximately every 2 weeks in the US, while school shootings occur on an average monthly from this particular model. So let us see what is temporal point process model, since we are applying a temporal point process model in our case study, in our research to identify the secondary crashes. So let us see what exactly is temporal point process. So in temporal point process, the discrete event occurs on a continuous time scale. As you can observe from this figure, the vertical line represents the discrete event, which occur on a continuous time scale. And these event takes place at various fields for different applications. Let's say, for example, in case of Twitter, we know that these discrete events occur at a very faster rate because of the tweets and retweets made. And in case of seismology, the occurrence of these discrete events are slower. So to define the temporal distribution of these points, we come across a conditional intensity function, as is seen below. The lambda represents the conditional intensity function, which states that it calculates the estimated number of events in a small time window, where ht represents the history of the process, consisting of t1 to tn, but except time t. And Hawkes point process model, or the other name for the Hawkes point process model, is the self-exciting point process model. It is also a branching point process model, which deals with clustered events. So the dataset of these discrete events can be classified into background and offspring events. So in case of earthquake, we saw that the main shock was an background event, and the offspring event would be the aftershocks. So similarly, in case of secondary crashes, the background event would be the primary crashes, and the offspring event would be the secondary crashes. So the general formulation for the self-excitation point process model is given below, where lambda represents the conditional intensity function, and mu of x comma y represents the background rate, and g of a alpha is the triggering function for time for an offspring event, and f d gamma represents the triggering function for space. So here, as you can see, the figure for the g of t versus time, that is the triggering function of time for an offspring event versus time, is plotted. So this particular plot is an exponential decay function, or it can take form of a power law equation. So here it says that if an crash has occurred and over a period of time, if there is any crash occurring, there is highly chances of crashes occurring in these few seconds or few minutes. And over a period of time, the occurrence of those secondary crashes decays over a period of time, is what this particular figure talks us about. And the model is applied to many applications like earthquake, crime, tweet popularity, emails, and etc. So the crash data, we actually obtained it from the Florida Department of Transportation on an Interstate 4 for the span of 3 years from 2015 to 2017. So the I-4 highway that we see is actually located from Daytona Beach to Tampa, which is entirely located in the state of Florida with a span of 140 miles. So the crash data set consists of these crash events from 2015 to 2017. So the raw data that we actually obtained from FDOT were plotted in terms of bar chart with respect to number of crashes and at different days of the week. So as you can see from this particular top bar chart, that the Friday is the day where we have the highest number of crashes that is occurred. And the second peak is observed on Saturday and the least on Sunday. And similarly, the raw data was plotted in terms of the number of crashes versus the time of the day, where we can clearly see that morning rush hour and evening rush hour were the time where we have the large number of crashes. So this is what typically seen from the raw data, that we have highest number of crashes on Friday and on the rush hours. So now let us talk about the formulation for the point process model for our secondary crashes. So basically we obtain the R code for our ETAS model, that is the epidemic type aftershocks shock event model, that is deals with its seismology. This code was obtained and modified and adapted to identify the secondary crashes in our present work. So the data obtained from the FDOT consists of the spatiotemporal crash events. So these crash events were actually translated to temporal only, since we are dealing with a temporal point process in our model. So we translated our spatiotemporal crash events to temporal only for a stretch of 2 miles in our model. So we identified the major cities on an I-4, and then we were able to convert those spatial temporal crashes into temporal only, and then we were able to identify the secondary crashes from the model. So the crash database consisting of n crash events from T1 to Tn, and the conditional intensity function is given below. So this is what is the conditional intensity function that we have used for temporal point process. So here mu represents the constant background rate, which is greater than 0, and A is the excitation generated by the collection of prior events, and alpha is the rate of decay. So the parameters theta, mu, A, and alpha are determined using through the maximum likelihood estimate. By fitting this particular in the model, we were able to optimize our parameters of mu, A, and alpha. So then the probability that the crash event I triggered crash event J is given by this particular equation. The event I represents the primary crash and event J represents the secondary crash. So here is the probability that the secondary crashes can be calculated by this particular equation. And similarly, the probability of the primary crash can be calculated by this particular equation. So the maximum Q time is actually obtained or extracted from the model parameters, that is from the model parameters that I explained here. From these particular model parameters, we were able to extract the maximum Q time. And based on the maximum Q time, we were able to classify which of those crashes were primary crashes and which of those crashes were secondary crashes. So since we know that our background rate mu was constant in the previous slides, but it is entirely not true. That is we do not have the number of crashes similarly on all the days or all the times of the day. So we will have to adjust our background function based on the periodic variation of these crashes. So we came up with 2 of the functions. That is, the first function was a step function to address these varying crashes on different days of the week and different times of the day. We were able to come up with a step function. So here is what the conditional intensity function is given as. So mu step represents the step function for the background rate, and the mu step takes the value of 1 to 7 for a weekly basis and 1 to 5 for a daily trend. So similarly, we came up with a second set of model which has a different background rate, that is the sinusoidal function, where we have a sinusoidal function to adjust these model parameters. So mu sine is the sinusoidal function for a background rate, which is given by this particular equation, and PQRS are the parameters for the background rate that fits the weekly and daily crash trend. So basically we have three models. One is the background rate, which is constant, and the background rate, which is varying, with one being the step function and the other being the sinusoidal function. In total, we have three models that we have come across. So in this particular result section, we will be talking about firstly on the stationary background rate, that is mu constant. So we have identified 6 major cities on an I4, and then we have converted those spatio-temporal location-based crash events to temporal only for a 2-mile stretch. And then these were the number of crashes that was observed for a 3-year span. And once we actually dump in all the input parameters into the model, we were able to optimize the parameters like mu, a, and alpha that I explained earlier. And based on these parameters, we were able to identify the queue time. And then based on the queue time, we were able to analyze the secondary crashes. To dig in deep and understand what this means, so the stationary background rate model behaves as a static method that we actually saw earlier, wherein it deals with a fixed threshold time. So the model parameters is used to calculate the queue time. So let's say for an example, in case of Tampa, as you can see, the alpha parameter that we obtained is 10.459. When we inverse this alpha parameter, we get the triggering time. So the inverse of alpha of this particular value is 0.0956 days. When we convert that into minutes, it's 137.7 minutes. So basically it says that whenever a primary crash has occurred, if there is any other crash occurring within this particular queue time, within this 137.7 minutes, then that particular crash is considered to be the secondary crash. So this is what was basically observed for all the cities. And finally, we were able to get the queue time, the average queue time for an I4. And then finally, based on these particular queue time, we have a post-processing code that we actually made to identify these secondary crashes. And similarly, we were able to find secondary crashes based on these queue time. So as you can see, the blue circles that we actually see from this figure are the primary crashes, and the red circles represents the secondary crashes. So for major cities that we actually discussed, they're plotted. So for Tampa, Orlando, and Daytona Beach. So these are some of the primary and secondary crashes that was observed for 2-mile stretch. Similarly, these are the results for the periodic variation in using the background rate function for the step function. Similar procedure was calculated, methodology was conducted to find the values for mu, a, and alpha. And then we used a weighted average to actually calculate the queue time. So based on the periodic variation that we actually saw from the raw data, we were able to calculate the queue time by using the weighted average. And this is what the weighted average looks like for the step function. And finally, the sinusoidal function, we did the same thing by using this. And one thing that we can clearly observe from this particular model is that the sinusoidal function has a lesser queue time with 82.4 minutes, whereas when we see for the step function, it was the maximum queue time was 97.5, and for the stationary background rate, it was 119.3. So this is what was conducted. Based on these findings, we were able to calculate the secondary crashes. And then the queue time was actually was plotted for an Orlando region. We can clearly see from the queue time that we have the maximum queue time on morning and evening rush hours from the model, which clearly states that it actually matches with what we were actually looking from the raw data. And to find out which model suits the best for our for our data, we have the Akiki information criteria, which talks about the goodness of fit. So the least value with the AIC gives us the best fit. As you can clearly see from the model, the stationary background rate has a higher value. That is, let's say for Tampa region, we can see that this has a higher when compared to that of the other two models. So basically, we can clearly say that the sinusoidal background rate outperforms the piecewise function and the sinusoidal function. So that particular, the sinusoidal function best suits for this particular data set. So then we were able to compare our secondary crashes with different models. So the recent study states that the secondary crashes was around 3.2% to 8.8%. So we were lying somewhere around that particular region, but only in the Orlando region, we were able to find the maximum number of secondary crashes. This was mainly due to the construction and maintenance, unique lane geometry, and high traffic volumes than the urban settings. So this is what was basically observed from this particular model. So in conclusion, we were able to actually say that this particular spawn process model was successfully applied to the transportation problem to identify the secondary crashes.
Okay,
So,
we
yeah.
apologize. Yeah, ran out of time.
Yeah, yeah.
But thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
And anybody, we're not going to have time for Q&A for this session. So if you have questions, though, I'm sure Samarth will stick around for a few minutes and we'll monitor the Q&A and we'll answer those questions accordingly. But thank you again for your presentation. And just for the sake of time, we're going to move on forward to Dr. Kraus, who will be speaking again from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
Hi, thank you. Not a doctor yet, still working on that. So just Professor Kraus, Sean Kraus. So thank you. And so the study that we're going to talk about is the usability of urban air mobility. We did a quantitative and qualitative study for the assessment of usage for emergency situations. One thing to note is that I did come on this research project as a student, and then I got hired as faculty. So now I was promoted to a co-PI. I just want to give an acknowledgement. The research was supported by Center for Advanced Transportation and USD OT grant. So we're going to be talking about the background of our study, the 4 studies that we conducted, and then a summary of everything. So what is urban air mobility? NASA has a clear definition for it, and it's the safe and efficient air traffic operations in a metropolitan area for manned and aircraft and unmanned aircraft systems. So why do we need it? As metropolitan areas continue to grow, the population density is going to grow, and that's going to increase ground traffic. So the next viable source is moving up to the air. For this study, we wanted to look at the emergency usability of urban air mobility. We know that NASA defines it as air traffic operations. However, we wanted to look to see if it could be used in other purposes, and specifically if consumers would be willing to support that. And then throughout the, got the 4 studies that I'm going to talk about, we looked to determine the usability. So the first study we want to look at was the willingness to support urban air mobility in response to natural disasters. So we did a quantitative experimental design, had 613 participants for this first study. For our procedures, we used Amazon MTurk and sent them to a Google Forms where they completed their informed consent. And then they were assigned to 1 of 2 randomized conditions. One condition presented a scenario that had a remote human pilot, and then the other one was a fully autonomous pilot for the usability. After that, they received 25 randomized scenarios with 5 different levels corresponding to 5 different natural disaster types, being earthquakes, hurricanes, tornadoes, floods, and wildfires, and then 5 different levels of service to include food and water delivery, medicine delivery, delivery of survival equipment, delivery of news, as well as rescuing victims. Then we received their demographic questions, debriefed, and paid them. So we had 4 major hypotheses, and we ended up using a 2x5x5 mixed vectorial ANOVA to analyze the data between the type of operations, the type of natural disasters, and the type of mission. So H1, we did not find anything significant, meaning that both groups are willing to support the use of urban air mobility, whether it was remotely piloted or autonomously piloted. H2 similarly did not have a significant difference, so they were willing to support urban air mobility in all of the 5 types of natural disasters we presented. For mission type, for H3, we did find there was a significant difference. Participants were less willing to support the delivery of news to individuals compared to the other 4 mission types. However, they still positively supported the delivery of news. And then for H4 showed no difference in the type of support when we paired everything together. So this graph shows the participants' scores for news. And as you can see, news was still positive. However, it was significantly lower than the other four. And that's for the fully remotely operated UAM. And then similarly with the fully autonomous, similar findings. So then we went on to study 2. So the purpose of study 2 was to develop and validate a scale that could be used to assess participants' perspective on the viability of a location to host a vertiport. Since this is such a novel concept, there's really no way to identify the usability of vertiport at this point. So we used a multi-stage process and a quantitative non-experimental design through 4 stages. Procedure is similar. We used Amazon MTurk and received their informed consent. And for the stages, we used participants from the target population to design that we're going to be using the vertiports in order to increase the validity of the scale at the end. So for stage 1, we did item generation. We asked participants to give us words that were related to urban air mobility, and we received a total of 49 words. One thing to note on this first study that we did, we felt that they were not a concern to specific to location. So we decided to run a second short-term study, since one of the tenets of urban air mobility includes the ability to transport individuals. So we did a second study included in this first one, and specified in there about and clarified that we were looking for location specific stuff. And so those 49 words were sent to the second stage, and we did a nominal pairing. So we asked participants to relate how relevant or irrelevant those terms were and where a vertiport should be located. We used a priori cutoff of 75% or more, where 75% or more participants had to agree that it would be included in a vertiport to be included into the next stage. And this resulted in 20 words. And then for stage 3, we used Likert scale pairing. And again, we took those 20 identified terms and had them rate it on a score from 0 being not related to a location to extremely related to a location being a 4. We used a priori determination on that one as well. And items had to obtain a score higher than 3 to move on. Total of 9 words came out of that. 2 words we ended up merging into a single one because good location and location were very similar. And additionally, we removed monitored by air traffic control because we felt it didn't quite fit what we were trying to do. And then for stage 4, we wanted to do our sensitivity analysis and reliability analysis on the scale, factor analysis. So participants were randomly presented with 4 different figures and answered on a scale of strongly disagree to agree on if those locations fit those 7 terms that we found. We conducted a factor analysis on all 4 of the different scenarios. All had high KMO values and a significant Bartlett's sphericity test, meaning that the data was able to be factored. Each scale loaded onto a single factor, explaining more than 50% of the variance. Internal consistency, all measured above the 0.7 required for Cron box alpha. And then the reliability with Gutman's split half, all met above the 0.8 threshold. And then with that, we did a one-way within participants ANOVA to see if there was a significant difference in the location. So the 4 locations that we gave were a mall, a field, a skyscraper, and then a mountain. And with that, we found that the participants preferred the mall and field locations to the skyscraper and mountain. After that, we moved on to study 3, identifying ideal locations. So we wanted to look at placements for vertiports in response to natural disasters. And this used a 3-stage approach, very similar to our other procedures, using Amazon MTurk to recruit participants. So location 1 was the location, or stage 1 was the location generation. We asked participants for locations associated with 3 conditions. Those 3 conditions would be a permanent disaster location, a temporary disaster location, and a permanent consumer location. And then for each location, they were presented with those 30 words we generated 30 temporary locations out of those. And then we moved on to stage 2, and we presented those 30 words for the different locations in a randomized format and had them go from strongly disagree to agree with a neutral option if it was related to a good location. And then we took the average score of those terms and used the top locations and came up with 5 temporary, 6 permanent, and 6 permanent disaster locations, 6 permanent consumer locations. And then stage 3, each participant was randomly assigned to one of the 3 scenarios and responded with the Vertiport usability scale that we developed in study 2. So for the temporary disaster location, the significant results are circled for your convenience. So we did a ANOVA and found that consumers generally preferred open fields, military bases, fairgrounds for the preferred locations for temporary disaster locations. And then likewise for the permanent disaster locations, military bases, airports were the most preferred locations. And then for the consumer locations, we found that open fields and hospitals and airports were the most preferred consumer locations. So once we've completed those 3 studies, we wanted to do a qualitative assessment to bring everything together. So we collected interview data to assess participants' perspectives on the usability of urban air mobility using a qualitative design. For stage 1, we recruited students with open announcement into an intro level psychology course here at Embry-Riddle to gain a wide group for the sample. And in stage 2, we used a purpose sampling in order to identify participants based upon the judgment and the literature review that we did. And then stage 3, we used in vivo for analysis. And at the end, we had 10 participants that we interviewed. With those interviews, we found 3 main emerging themes. The first one was human involvement in urban air mobility. Most participants actually wanted a remote pilot for all urban air mobility operations, with 2 suggesting combined approach and only 1 suggesting a fully autonomous approach. So study 1 did say that there was no difference. However, we think that might have been because of the fact that it was an experimental approach and they were only given 1 of the 2 randomized conditions. For these qualitative interviews, they're much more open-ended, and participants were able to respond with a much more purpose-driven scenario and answers. And then the second theme was scenarios for usage. This mirrored the conditions we provided for the scenarios, and the same thing for the mission types. They very much mirrored the scenarios that we used in our first study. And then for stage 3, the setup and deployment of vehicles, and they strongly mirror the results from study 3 for general, temporary, and permanent locations. So in summary, So we did the 4 studies over consumer perceptions to gather the usability of urban air mobility in response to natural disasters. Overall, there seems to be overwhelming support for urban air mobility in response to natural disasters. So as the industry continues to mature, it should be a great source to provide technology demonstrations while serving useful purpose in using it for natural disaster response. Since the technology has not fully been deployed, however, we only were able to collect attitudinal data instead of behavioral data. When the technology is actually out there fielded, we should look for the behavioral responses to see if there's any similarities between the attitudinal and behavioral responses. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Sean. We appreciate the information there. You definitely had quite a bit of work that you did there for that particular study. I don't see any questions in the Q&A or the chat at this moment, but I do have one question for you at least. Do you have any idea how best to implement or to operationalize the information that you provided? Do you have any like industry partners in mind with whom you'll be sharing the results of this particular project?
Dr. Winter might be able to chime in on that. He was the primary PI for this, if you'd like to chime in.
Thanks for the question. So yeah, I think there are a lot of industry takeaways, and the main one being that as this new technology gets deployed, it's possible that people may be hesitant of it, want to understand the safety of it. So using it in response to a natural disaster could be a very important demonstration opportunity for urban air mobility manufacturers, because obviously of the emergency nature of the situation in which they're responding to. So it could be a great opportunity, particularly for the manufacturers of these vehicles, to make their sales pitch to municipalities, fire departments, first responders, National Guard, as to the usability of these devices. The primary focus is on passenger transport, but this could be another really important area for their usage.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions? I'm not seeing anything in the Q&A. All right, thank you. We will move on to the next just to try to stay on track. Luckily, Sean caught us up a little bit. So our next presenter is Dr. Song, also from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. Dr. Song, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. It's Hobin Song. I'm from Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. So today I will present the machine learning for dynamic airspace configuration toward optimize the mobility in emergency situations. So this work was published in the 2021 actually AIA 40 Digital Avionics Systems Conference. So my co-authors include my two students and Dr. Dahai Liu. So today in my talk, I will present these 4 parts. Firstly, I will introduce the motivation, why we started this work. Then I will talk about our proposed framework for the machine learning for dynamic airspace configuration. Then I will talk about the methods we use. After that, I will present some results from this project. So the motivation is very simple. As you know, the emergency response is very important now because every year there are about 700 disasters occurring. So the worldwide impact is very huge. It's like $100 billion per year. So in the presence of the emergency, we need to consider the evacuation. So here, as you know, for the Florida, the hurricane, it's very often. So, before a hurricane occurs, typically we will use highway for the evacuation. But, for highway, it's not efficient in this, the emergency situations. When emergency occurs, typically the air travel will be the safest and the most efficient compared with other modes of the transportation. So this is why we started this work. So here, if we use air travel for evacuation, we have to use the National Airspace System, we call NAS. In fact, for the NAS, National Airspace System, it's a huge network, including the controlled airspace and uncontrolled airspace. So from this picture, we can say we need the airport, we need the landing system, we need the ground-based navigation, the satellite GPS satellite. Also, we need the flight service station, such like that. This is a very complicated system. So here, how the NAS works. So I think probably this is not familiar for most of you. So here, for the National Airspace System, we divided the system into sectors. We call, for these factors, they will assist the air traffic control ATC to manage the air travel. So here, for these sectors, we define these sectors by boundaries. We use two types of boundaries, lateral and vertical boundaries. For example, a sector probably horizontally can be up to 20 miles. Vertically can be 10,000 feet. So with other, the surrounding this factor, probably we have other factors on our side, above, below, or neighboring. So this is just like a cube. So here for elementary sector, we define as a volume of the airspace. Within the volume, the air traffic control can perform its function, mainly its control. So here, typically for one sector, we need to assign a team of controllers, several controllers. For such a sector, if we use a team of controllers to control this sector is called a controlled sector. So here, for this a set of controlled sector, we call this is an airspace configuration. So here, the airspace configuration, we define the size and volume of the airspace. Typically, we need to consider 4 attributes, like the structure, horizontal size, vertical size, shape. It's most airspace sector, it's just take the cube, but we could use, the other shapes. So here, for the current airspace configuration, it's basically static. But in case an emergency occurs, for the static airspace, it's not enough. We can't handle the changing demand. So here, for the current national airspace system, it's just reaching the limit. We can't handle, sudden increase in case of, the emergency. Here, why, the current national airspace system architecture reaching the limit of its ability? Because, typically, we determined the airspace based on the historical use profile. It has been unchanged for many years, probably 20 or 30 years. But now, if an emergency occurs, we need to handle, the dramatically changing the demand. So here, for the dynamic airspace configuration, what is the DAC? This DAC, in fact, is compared with the static airspace configuration. So this is a new idea. So we need to change from the current structured static airspace to a dynamic airspace. So in this way, we can handle the the sudden increases in the demand to meet the to handle the different constraints like weather, traffic congestion, complexity, also diverse aircraft fleet, probably different types of aircraft fleet. So how does the DAS work? So this is the focus of our project. So in our project, we propose we need a novel 3D dynamic airspace configuration measure. So here, our methodology is based on the recent progress in the AI machine learning techniques. So we hope our 3D dynamic airspace configuration can adjust the airspace configuration based on 2 factors. One is constantly changing demand, and the second factor is unexpected emergency situations. In the end, we hope to achieve optimize the mobility in emergency conditions. So here, let's say our proposed framework. So here, this is our machine learning based framework for dynamic airspace configuration, starting from the top. Firstly, we make an estimation of the demand. Then we need to make some changes, adjust our current airspace configuration. Then we will evaluate, if this replan works or not. Then we implement our replan. After that, with coming in the new conditions, we will make a new estimation of the demand. Then start, replan again. So this is our machine learning based framework for dynamic airspace configuration. So here, what's the uniqueness of our proposed methodology for our framework? In fact, we want to leverage the machine learning for the purpose of discovering hidden relations between the input and the output of the airspace configuration. In this way, we can find better mapping between the input and the output. So here, for our proposed the machine learning enabled the DEC framework, we believe it can benefit three types of stakeholders. For the public, before the emergency, when we look for the best evacuation way, we need the accurate prediction, and in this way we can make the evacuation plan. So for the second stakeholder, it's the airport and airline. So with dynamic airspace configuration, for the airport and airline, they could improve their performance in terms of what's the best number of flights, what's the predicted air traffic congestion level. Also for the authorities, they could secure the safety of the air traffic control operations, because we could balance the ATC workload. In this way, we can improve the safety and the efficiency. So to get such a framework, we need to address several challenges. If we want to leverage the machine learning AI, the first challenge we want to address is for the flight data. We have different types of flight data, like en route, tower, surface, flight deck, weather data, such like that. We need to convert all this data into a proper form. In this way, the machine learning model can handle. Here, because we want to leverage different machine learning models like genetic algorithm, decision tree, or artificial neural networks. The second challenge we want to address is for the constraints. We need to specify, we need to make the precise specification of these constraints. In this way, we can limit the size of the machine learning model. We don't want a very complicated machine learning model. We can't handle it. So here, in this way, the model is good enough to make the quick response to the changing situation. The third challenge we want to address is prediction model. We need to develop a prediction model to predict the ATC's workload, to respond to the changing air traffic condition and the traffic demand. So now let's see what method we use. So here we will use various machine learning methods like K-means, train-based model, genetic algorithm, GA, artificial neural network, KN, to develop such a 3D dynamic airspace configuration model. So here we will encode the data, different types of flight data into a certain format. It can be used as the input of the machine learning model. Here, we will categorize ATC workload into three types: low, normal, or overload. For each one, we will use the one hop, the encoding to represent these 3 sector workload. So here, to limit the size of the machine learning model, we need to limit the number of variables to just the critical variables. So here, to handle the changes in the traffic demand, where our DEC model will handle will adjust the airspace configuration. Here we could handle the 3 different situations. For the sectors with low workload, we will merge the different sectors like this into one or multiple bigger sectors. For the sector with high workload, we will split it into the smaller sectors. For the sectors with normal workload, we will just keep it unchanged. So here we need to build the feed forward AN with 1 or 2 hidden layers, depending on the complexity of the data. So here, in the training state, we will use the back propagation and the gradient descent method. So here, we will use the nonlinear discriminant functions. So here, from our research, we found that this class of algorithm provides the benefit over the linear or log discrimination techniques. So here, to get the accurate estimation of airspace capacity, here we will use a tree-based model and genetic algorithm G-based model to produce the possible airspace partition. So here, then we can develop a program partitioning plan using the AN. We could choose the best one. So this is our algorithm. So here, to solve this partitioning problem, here we could construct a G model. First, we describe a weighted graph model. Here, each block, it's a sector. Here, one individual can be represented by the chromosome. So here, for each one, we denote code with the 2 parts. The first part is the number of open controlled sectors and their center. The second one is the all subset of the connected component. Then we use a fitness function, and then we could select the fittest chromosome as the output. So what data we used? At Amarillo, we have the several data sets available, like federal no-time system, integrated terminal weather system, swing flight data publication system, STDDS, TBFM, TFMS, and ADSB, automatic dependent surveillance broadcast. So here I will show some results from our research. Here, for our preliminary result, we compared the performance of airspace configuration in presence of demand fluctuation. Our performance evaluation is based on the comparing the static airspace configuration. This is the current airspace configuration. For the dynamic one, it's our proposal here. We use the Voronoi diagram. So we focus on the Jacksonville air route traffic control center. It's one of 22 air route traffic control centers in US. Also for the Jacksonville, this one, it's the 4th biggest ARTCC in US. So we selected the airspace sectors, including PAM, VAD, CTY, GNV, such like that, 13. So here, this is the number of airlines in the 13 airspace sectors generated by dynamic airspace configuration Voronoi diagram. So this one, it's a simulated Voronoi diagram for the Jacksonville sector. So this is based on the actual airspace boundary data. This is, based on the static. So now we can say the difference between the dynamic DEC model and the study the current airspace configuration, we can see they are not optimal. So here, our preliminary findings include the first one. So here for the method can be applied in the DAC for smooth transition from the original topology. So here, this one, we conclude this from the CRD subsector transition. The second finding is, so here the sector is not applied as a part of the ARTTC sector. Student follow, the Voronoi design theme, because, this design decreases the airspace capacity of the original highway subsector. The crowded airspace subsector should include the airspace resource of the idle subsector into its own to buffer the congestion or delay our air traffic. So here, this is our references. Mainly, I just mentioned, talked about the results from the first paper. Another paper, it's a recent, just published in atmospheric.com. We received the best paper there. So I don't have time to present the new findings from this paper. So this is my talk. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Song. Hold on, I'm sorry. Just had to rearrange a couple of things with our next presenter. Do we have any questions for Dr. Song? All right, I'm not seeing anything in the chat. Again, I definitely encourage you to submit something in the chat. Maybe he can stick around for a few minutes and address any questions you might see in the Q&A or the chat related to your research. Just to stay on time, I will go ahead and introduce the next speaker. And we had a little bit of a change in the speaker as they are listed on your on the schedule. So instead of Dr. Hyachin Park, we're going to have Dedrick Barkley presenting on the dynamic routing and unmanned aerial and emergency team incident management. Kind of a long title. Is Dedrick on? Let's see.
He said yes.
All right, I see him in the chat, but I need to see him in as the presenter.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay. And you should have the functions as a presenter. There you go. All right. Thank you, Dedrick. I will turn the floor over to you.
All right, thank you. My name is Dedrick Barkley, and I will be filling in for Dr. Park. He wasn't able to make it today. And our topic is covering dynamic routing of unmanned aerial emergency team incident management. So just going over the framework of the project is we want to have this drone and we want to look overhead before the emergency can get to the crash and try to optimize the route as much as possible. For inconvenience, we can save fatalities and hurry up and get to the accident and try to clear the road as soon as possible. And with that being said, again, this is just some of the methods that we're looking at to prevent the traffic condition and future dependent emergencies, as well as the reducing the response time of the emergency vehicles to get to these accidents and learning from these drones as they update the posterior probability distribution to see what is actually going on. And so we can, again, learn from this data so the emergency response vehicles, again, make the most optimal path to the incident. And here are just some other topics that we was working on with the drone and how these things can be implemented, type of research that we're looking at. Also, when we want to consider the constraint of optimization, we have some different type of constraints. The start time, as well as the duration of the what's going on, and also the tasks and resources given. So these are all the type of constraints that we try to consider and try to minimize as much as possible. So when we have these different drones, we want to see, well, what drone can get to the location as quick as possible and have the biggest impact. So with that, we have the get the nearest neighbors, and from that, we consider which one has the most highest improvement for the drone. And then from that, we take that information, and whichever one can have the highest impact for the emergency vehicle, we assign that drone to that incident. Because each incident has a drone and the emergency response vehicle assigned to that one incident. And the one that was the highest improvement, that's the one that is assigned to the incident. And here's a diagram just talking about what I just explained. The star represents the crashes, and the ERV again is the emergency response vehicle, and the UAV is above before the emergency response vehicle gets there, and it attains this knowledge, and it is referring this back to the emergency response vehicle to update the posterior probability so we can know the best optimal route that the response vehicle must take to get there, again, to overall reduce the response time to get these vehicles out of the way. Again, here, just to also same thing, same visual. We're comparing this to the nearest neighborhood optimal solution and seeing which one is for giving out the best results. Like you said, you have the number of agents, the number of incidents, and from each one, we're showing the standard deviation of the different machine learning algorithms and trying to find the best optimal solution. Again, we're comparing the nearest neighbors and the DCOP optimal solution generated for randomly generated scenarios with different grid sizes. And we're showing that which one could be the best solution when we talk about using the drones to make this investment. And here is just showing a different type of accidents throughout the time. So you have morning, normal, and evening peak hours. And it's showing that the fatalities between the morning and the evening, and also the major and also the minors, as well as you see a Boston whisker pod showing how far outstretched the data is when considering each one when you're talking about the crash severity. And this is some of the preliminary results that we found as it converges after so many iterations. And for the vehicle number, there's a fixed number of incident requests, and both MGM and DCA converge to an optimal solution, again, after a few iterations. And also you have different scenarios, scenario 1 and scenario 2. Again, this is just showing the bar chart of what we was talking about and the system utility of each one. And like I said, we're comparing the time from the DCOP to the P drone time, and you can see how each one relates to a different time response. And we're able to see which one, again, has the best response time for that emergency vehicle. In conclusion, we can use the UAV and the ERV to improve how accidents are managed in the transportation network. This model can provide a roadmap for effective ERV assignments with UAV and the information provided from the task. And these can, again, have real-world implementations to assess the computational time complexity. And now that we have one incident, we want to be able to predict how would the second incident occur? What's the probability that the second incident occurs on a highway? So we have one incident where something happens, but what happens to the next vehicle? What's the chances that one vehicle will help predict the probability of a second crash occurring. Because that vehicle is, that crash is dependent on the next one occurring. And here's a visual of that. The green is showing that we have not a lot of congestion, but the red is showing congestion. And S1 and S2 are at points where we have the accidents, and P is trying to predict the probability of the second accident occurring. Here's a graph that shows the probability of when we have one primary crash, how is it likely to have the secondary crash at that exit? So for example, if we look at the primary crash, we had a crash that happened at exit 5. We can get the probability of a second crash happening from this diagram, which would be 13.9 and so on. So the red cases show a more severe probability that we need to pay more attention to. And here's the cost function for how we came up with that probability. Once we have the first crash occurs, how can we get the second probability of that crash occurring using this function? And this chart is just showing the prediction accuracy that we have with different scenarios. As you can see, you have the accuracy varies for different scenarios. But again, the average accuracy for our model is 66.7%. And this is just looking at different other machine algorithms that help with predictions of secondary crashes. And again, to the probability of the secondary crashes happening based off the primary accident. And I know I went kind of fast. Again, I was filling in for Dr. Park. If you have any questions, please make sure to email him. He can clear up, or y'all can talk about this more in detail. So please give him an email if you have any questions. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, Dedrick. We appreciate you filling in. I understand Dr. Park was called away at the last minute, so thank you for providing the information on his project. Is this part of your graduate work, or are you involved in it from a graduate standpoint?
No, I'm not. I'm actually working on another project. I was just kind of filling in for him because of his busy schedule, but he was able to brief me maybe 1 or 2 days, so I had to try to learn quickly on the fly.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. We appreciate your time.
Anytime. Bye.
All right. And as he said, please feel free to drop some questions in the Q&A, or you can contact Dr. Park directly if you wish. If you need his email address, feel free to reach out to me if you don't have it. But otherwise, we will move forward. And Dr. Park was on the schedule for the next presentation as well, but we're going to have Joseph Som, who will be presenting on his behalf on the project titled Multi-Agent Reinforcement Learning-Based Pedestrian Dynamic Models for Emergency Evacuation. So Joseph, whenever you are ready, you should be able to share your screen now.
Okay.
All right.
Hi, my name is Joseph Som. I'll be presenting on multi-agent reinforcement learning based on pedestrian dynamic models for emergency evacuation. So pedestrian evacuation is a serious problem that can occur anywhere. You can think of a scenario in a closed area with high population of pedestrians. In case of an emergency, evacuation is needed and needs to be swift and timely in order to prevent injury and any fatalities. So previous agent and social force models, which also focuses on evacuations, do not consider making progress, making problems considering decision making. But these projects will integrate Markov dynamic decision process, optimal path planning, and social force modeling to pedestrian evacuation. The goal of this project is to reduce total evacuation time of various number of pedestrians exiting a room of multiple obstacles present. So the framework of our model is presented below. This is a graphical representation of the framework. It involves combining the social force model with our reinforced learning model to provide a realistic evacuation model. So the process of the pedestrian making choices by identifying a realistic decision and integrate with local pedestrian movement in a complex environment of an emergency evacuation. So like I said, there are previous models which also focuses on pedestrian evacuation, which is the social force model. And they simulated a situation in an airport evacuation. So the performance of their model, average evacuation time, was used as an input into our new model, which is the optimal path planning model. So we expanded on that framework to incorporate a dynamic reward map update for the dynamic environment. So our reinforcement learning approach involves learning how to map states to actions to maximize a numerical reward over time actions, which may affect the immediate reward, but also subsequent rewards. So the goal is to develop an optimal policy for the learner to maximize its long-term reward. It involves states of possible world states and also actions, which is a discrete input. So these actions are used to transition from state to state. The reward function utilized in our model uses the epsilon greedy Q learning approach. And the main goal is to maximize the expected accumulated reward with a paired action. So this is the reward framework, but this one is a dynamic reward framework. Our reward framework uses a static reward framework, which involves just two components, which is the R dense plus the R goal. So what this does is it assigns negative values to highly congested areas as a deterrent for pedestrians to use that route, and adds R goal, which is a positive value, once the pedestrians reaches its goal. So this is a simulation of the reinforcement learning approach. It gives, the first graph shows a density map, which has a high concentration at the upper corner, illustrated by the red paint. The second graph is an evacuation environment, which we are going to use to simulate the evacuation process. And it involves 11 obstacles and an optimal path. The last graph shows the actual simulation being done, and the blue objects are the pedestrians utilizing the optimally generated path, and the yellow objects are the pedestrians utilizing the social force optimal path. So combining these two, integrating these two models, we're able to reduce the total evacuation time by 10.6%. So like I stated previously from the diagram, there were 11 objects which were placed in the environment. The obstacle states, which are the orange boxes, are not able to be accessed by the pedestrians. All of the pedestrians' origin is at the top of the environment. The destination is the bottom left of the environment. So this is the result from the simulation. First, we just use the social force model, which is the previous model developed for pedestrian evacuation. So we simulated 50 pedestrians, and the average evacuation time was given as 8.4 seconds. And the second scenario utilizes our optimal path planning model using the same number of pedestrians, which is 50, and 45 used the safe path model, and 5 used the optimal path, and that reduced the average evacuation time to 80.64 seconds. So this simulation was repeated 5 times, and the best time was given as 75.9 seconds, which is a reduction of 10.6%. So there's the simulation in progress, which shows pedestrians exiting a room, and the blue object, like I stated, utilizes our optimal path planning model, and the yellow object uses the social force planning models. Sorry, I might need to close this and reopen it. Yeah, so in conclusion, using our static reward map environment, we're able to reduce the evacuation time by 10.6% from the previous models, which was used to model the same evacuation of pedestrians. So later research can be done using a dynamic reward map update framework in evacuation time, and then compared to the static reward map environment evacuation time, which we use in our model. And the findings can lead to a multidisciplinary computational framework for understanding and modeling the human decision-making process in emergency evacuation.
All right, thank you, Joseph.
Thank you. I'm here representing Dr. Park. So if you have any questions, kindly send it to him through an email, which is provided. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Joseph. We appreciate that. Dr. Park did indicate to me that he is on the schedule for tomorrow, and he will be there in person tomorrow. So if you have questions particular to either of these two presentations, and there's another one after lunch, then he'll be more than happy to address them if you want to reach out to him in either the Q&A or the chat tomorrow, or of course you can email him using the email address that Joseph has posted there. All right, so I think probably everybody is ready. You might have been sitting for quite a bit, so we do have a break. We actually are a little ahead of time since we didn't have Q&A for the last two presentations. So you have a break scheduled for 2:30 to 2:35. So if you want to get up, stretch, get you a snack, and return to us at about 2:35, we will continue the afternoon presentations at that time. Thank you.
Traditionally dispatching the emergency vehicles, it is always the least time it will take for to reach to incident site. But in this case, we are taking the decision considering the future incidences as well, and also the time to clear the time to clear the incidents. So our current decision is affected by the future expected decisions. This is some of the direct outcomes of this project. There are several journals, international conferences, then funding, and some of the direct application of this project in the transportation problem. Now in this figure, there has been accident at the site 6. When there is accident, the 9405 unit is nearby and it has responded to that accident. It has reached there and it has cleared the accident site and it has moved on to the other site, which is 5. But in the meantime, because though accident site 6 has been cleared, there has been a shock wave that travels and it causes the secondary accident. And such accident has caused at site PE. Now, if 9405 unit would not have been moved to location 5, it would have responded immediately to the secondary accident that has caused at the site PE, and it is because of the 6. So we already have the model to predict the probability of secondary accidents that are caused because of the primary accident. So this is the glitch in the dispatching problem. So it has been solved in this project. This is another example. In this example, there has been accident at 7 a.m. and vehicle B has been dispatched to that accident. It has again come down to the accident that has been caused at 7:20, and this red path has been followed in case of dispatching. But there is another path. If instead of vehicle B, if vehicle A has been dispatched initially, then the outcome is better than the red dispatching system. In this blue dispatching system, we are considering the future incidences, clearance time, and the traveler's choice as well. This has been implemented considering this network simulation using the traveler's rationality. If there has been accident on the road, whether traveler will continue to stay on that road till the accident gets clear, or whether it will switch to another road. According to this probability, the delay has been calculated, and this delay has taken into consideration to predict the future vehicle availability. And accordingly, the emergency vehicles has been dispatched. Here is another example. In this case, A, B, and C are the emergency vehicles. First incident has occurred, and emergency vehicle B has been dispatched to the site 1. Now, in this case, gray shaded areas and the white shaded areas have different clearance time. So historically, when there has been accident on the gray shells, it takes more than 20 minutes to clear the accident. So in the meantime, if another accident has occurred, then server C, which is still clearing the accident that has happened at C, won't be able to go to 3. So here it is server C captured. So in this case, the time duration that it takes to clear the accident has been taken into consideration. So this is the algorithm. It predicts the future availability of the of the emergency vehicles according to the because there are limitations on the vehicles, and these are the algorithms. In this, OPT is the optimum algorithm. It says that we already know the future, what is going to happen, but that is never the case. But so if we consider the ideal situation that we know what incidences might occur in the future, it will take just 30 minutes of cost. But that's not the case. So there are other algorithms which are greedy balance. And in our case, we are implementing WFA algorithm. In this case, we are considering the future incidences that might occur, the clearance time, and if we see the cost that it incurs is a little bit better than balance and greedy algorithm, which is 53 minutes. In this case, we are considering the traveler's route choice. So initially, traveler has the bounded rationality. So if there is 9 and 10 minutes of trade-off, whether according to the threshold of the traveler, whether it will switch to the 10 minutes of route, or it will stay on its usual route. So according to this, so we can simulate this in the transmodeler, and we can find the probability of the traveler switching to alternate routes. So this has been modeled, this has been simulated in the transmodeler, and this is one of the scenario in which case there has been accident and some vehicles have chose to take alternate route. According to the choice of the travelers, the delay has been calculated, and this delay has been used as input to dispatch the future vehicles. So this is the input, and according to this delay, this is the input for our algorithm. We can see that it is better for it than the traditional dispatch system that has been used till now. So we are using this different system. So these are the results, and that's it. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you can mail Dr. Park on this email ID. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, thank you. Now, quick question,
Yes.
Naharitha, or excuse me. Is this part of your doctoral research? Excuse me.
No, it is not.
Okay, okay. So we won't try to give you too many questions. What is your research related to? Since we have a little bit of time, I'll ask the questions just in general.
Yeah, sure. Currently, this is actually my just second semester, but
Okay.
I'm actually working on predicting the traffic states, considering the spatio-temporal correlations. So I'm currently working on that part, and I haven't advanced much in my project till now, but hopefully I will.
That's fine. We appreciate you filling in for Dr. Park. I know sometimes for a student, it can be a little unsettling when you have to present work that you were not necessarily directly involved in.
Yeah. I mean, I never worked on this project, so I'm really sorry if I haven't been clear. But
no problem, no problem. Thank you so much. We will make sure that we address any questions to Dr. Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right, so we are ahead of schedule, but if Dr. Namle is ready, we can go ahead and let him start his presentation.
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right.
Everybody go ahead.
All right, I'll turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. I'm back again for the afternoon session. This is also a combination of two projects. The most recent one, which was concluded more than a year ago, it's on multi-scale model for hurricane evacuation and fuel shortage. I'd like to acknowledge my student Sadiq Islam, who did most of the work. Kavya Karnati was also involved, and my collaborators, Dr. Lu, Dr. Par, and Dr. Prasadika. So let's get to the motivation for the study. Whenever we have hurricanes, both in Florida and North Carolina, these are occasional occurrences. Every 1 or 2 years, we get one of the hurricanes. We do observe that there's a lot of traffic associated with hurricanes because of the evacuations, and that results in rapid rise for fuel demand and consequently fuel shortages. This is an attempt to model that. We take a look at two hurricanes as a case study: Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Florence. Hurricane Irma, which was in September 2017, it generated 550,000 cars evacuated from Florida. If you compare that with previously well-known Hurricane Katrina, it is more than 100,000 cars more than that. So there's a lot of traffic, and it has probably to do with the path of the hurricane, which can be seen over here, covering the entire state of Florida. So it did make 2 landfalls, one in Florida Keys and then another near Naples. In this particular hurricane, total fuel shortages up to 70% were observed. So people were traveling long distances to avoid hurricane, and that resulted in this fuel shortages. And occasionally there were anecdotal incidents when I talked to people who evacuated. There were some cars stranded on the highway, probably because they were out of fuel. Now, if we take a closer look at the traffic in the days leading to the hurricane, there is a very high traffic. 78 times normal traffic has been recorded, both in the day and night times, in the 2 or 3 days leading up to the hurricane. And then, of course, during the hurricane periods, I'm sorry, my mouse seems to be misbehaving. During the hurricane period, the traffic was reduced, but then again there was returning traffic once the hurricane was over. And if you look at the corresponding fuel shortages, you will see that it follows this pattern of there's a steep increase in fuel shortages, and then slowly as refueling was supplied, the fuel shortages. And the same thing is observed in other cities. For example, Tampa, a similar fuel shortage and traffic pattern is observed. Now, if you can see the fuel shortage, if we treat it as, we can potentially treat it as an epidemic. Why would it be an epidemic? It observes some aspects of contagious diseases, in the sense, if there is fuel shortage in one location, that can lead to surrounding. For example, if there is fuel shortage in one gas station, that would put pressure on the surrounding gas stations, and that can lead to a contagion-like effect. And if you actually observe the fuel shortage patterns for Hurricane Irma and Hurricane Florence, and you see flu data from CDC, you can see the similarity in that pattern. So the idea is that we want to use some of the dynamics associated with epidemics to understand these fuel shortages. So we use the, even though there were anecdotal data of fuel shortages, one advantage we had was that the social media platform GasBuddy, it provided, they collect data of fuel shortages and report it on their website. So that gave a lot of data we could analyze. As far as the approach is concerned, we fit it to SIR model, susceptible, infected, recovered kind of model. And then we develop an optimum control strategy. We use Kalman filter, uncentered Kalman filter, to find the dynamic parameters, and then we implement an optimal control strategy with an analog to vaccination. The predictive model for following this, we use F-dot surveys to estimate traffic if there is a direct hit to Miami. And we develop a predictive model for how fuel shortages would happen and how we could potentially overcome this. We also developed on-the-fly analysis method during an ongoing hurricane. Let's look at some basic ideas. This is a famous SIR model. It is used. It is used for infection transmission. So S is it's essentially a compartmental model. You have a susceptible compartments or fuel stations which are prone to emptying are susceptible, and then there are infectious that are empty and therefore transmitting pressure to the surrounding fuel stations, and recovered fuel stations that have gotten their supply back. So if you treat these three compartments, the differential equations govern the flow from one compartment to another. The parameter beta looks at how susceptible and infected is coming into picture, and the parameter gamma, recovered and infected. It relates the infected and recovered. Now, we obtained the traffic data from FDOT and NCDOT, and the fuel data, the gas station data from GasBuddy. For estimating the SIR parameters, we used an approach known as uncentered Kalman filter. I won't bore you with all the mathematical details, but essentially it is dynamic curve fitting. So dynamic filtering, we can obtain these parameters beta and gamma as shown here. The parameter beta at this value would represent the actual data very well. Likewise, we could obtain the beta and gamma for different cities for the two hurricanes over here. For example, if you look at this Miami Fort Lauderdale, the R0 value, R0 is an infection parameter related value, and it is now very famous because of the COVID-19. So the R0 value of 3.98, it is similar to a measles epidemic. So it is a very, the gas shortage was spreading very fast in a place like Miami during this Hurricane Irma. Now, with this information, how do we control this epidemic? Further, we use an optimal refueling strategy. We develop an optimal refueling strategy using a vaccination analog. So the original equations, my apologies, my mouse is misbehaving today. So you can observe here that this UV parameter corresponds to vaccination. When we do when we do optimal control, what we find is these equations follow a bang control methodology. Essentially, there is a specific time for if you are refueling a certain number of gas stations, there is a specific time which is effective in optimally controlling this this epidemic of gas shortage. So we have a couple of papers on this, which I'm happy to share to go over the detailed mathematics if required. So looking at the results, let us say if we have 10% of the fuel available. So the vaccination is, we can supply fuel to 10% of the gas station. What this optimal control algorithm provides is what is the best, what is the most optimal way of, most optimal amount of reduction that can happen. So with the 10% additional gas stations, as shown here, if we supply fuel for close to 1.5 days, 1.5 to 2 days, it would reduce the amount of gas stations in an optimal manner. Likewise, for different levels of fuel availability, we can estimate the amount of time required to reduce the fuel shortage optimally. For example, the maximum percentage of empty fuel stations was 70% initially. So we could reduce it to 65% if 10% of the gas stations were filled for a certain amount of day, for in this case, half a day. Now, this can be used in a couple of different ways. You can, for example, if you look at Orlando, we can estimate the amount of gas stations, amount of gas that is required to keep the gas stations operational for this optimal amount of time. For example, if we have 10% of if we have this 10% vaccination rate, and we have a specific time given by that, and we know the number of gas stations, we can estimate the amount of fuel that is required to effectively control the fuel shortage epidemic. So that is one application. Another application is in the predictive model. So there are these SRESP surveys, statewide evacuation surveys, which took place in around 2004 when a lot of hurricanes hit Florida. So these were essentially surveys which estimated the percentage of people who would evacuate in different areas if a direct hurricane hit that particular area. So for example, if we look at the Miami area, this is the results of that survey. How many households would evacuate or mention that they would evacuate or they would stay for different levels of hurricanes, for category 3 and category 1. Based on these surveys, we can estimate the traffic, the total traffic that would be generated in current day if a direct hit happens for that hurricane. So, so from this we can, that is one part of it, and another part from the recent hurricane, if we correlate the fuel shortage and cumulative egress, we observe that there is, when we shift the peaks, there is a kind of a linear correlation can be observed between the percentage of empty fuel stations and percentage of traffic. So when we combine these two aspects, we can estimate the amount of traffic as well as the amount of fuel demand. So this is the predictive part of the model. And from here, we can apply the optimal control, which I just talked about, and we can see if a category 1 hurricane hits Miami area, or if a category 3 hurricane hits, what would be the impact? For example, we observed that from the survey, our results indicate that there would be up to 80% fuel shortage in Miami area if a category 3 hurricane hits, and then we could see the corresponding reduction in fuel with the different levels of fuel resupply, how that could be brought into control back. An extension of this predictive modeling is we can apply these concepts when we have initial data trickling in during an ongoing hurricane. So this concept could be applied during an ongoing hurricane as well to estimate the level of fuel needed. I will leave the summary slide on. I was a little, my mouse was not functioning, so I was not looking at the time. Sorry if I exceeded the time limit.
No, I think you did good with the time this time. We had a little bit of a buffer due to the last presentation. So thank you for providing the summary, the information regarding this project. I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A. If anybody has any, we do have time to address them live this time. In the meantime, I guess I was just curious, this project was completed. What is, I guess, what's the next step, I guess, in this process? Are there any efforts currently going on in order to kind of apply the results that were found from this project?
Well, the project is completed, but one aspect of it, which we kind of touched on, but that needs to be expanded on, is how would we use such model when, let us say, a hurricane hits Florida or some area. Well, let us say Daytona Beach area. If the hurricane is hitting, as the information of the hurricane comes along, the fuel shortages, people start to make plans and fill up their tanks, and then the fuel shortages tends to start. So, and we get this on-the-fly data. So what needs to be really, one extension of the project that needs a little more work is if we have that data trickling in, how do we apply this model and get the predictions going? So that
who would those predictions go to? Would they go to the fuel companies themselves, or would they go to like the gas stations?
They'll probably go to Department of Transportation, which would coordinate fuel supply in this case, or FEMA.
Okay.
So fuel supply to different gas stations. So the predictions would be essentially what is the level of fuel needed, so they can prepare.
Okay. Do you know if they if the Department of Transportation, if they keep track of the current fuel levels, maybe not necessarily real time, but maybe on a daily basis, what those levels are when a hurricane is approaching?
No, but there are some reserves. I'm not entirely sure about this, but I do know that they have reserves in other states, which they coordinate during such hurricanes. And I know cases where fuel was supplied from, well, in most cases it would probably come from Texas, but there was this additional supply from Texas to Florida gas stations when hurricane was about to hit. Okay.
Because correct me if I'm wrong, because you guys used Gas Buddy data. Gas Buddy, is it more of a cloud sourcing, so individuals actually contribute to that information, or is it the gas stations themselves that contribute?
It is individuals. The data comes from individuals. It's I believe there is a location for the gas station owners also to contribute to that social platform, but most of the data comes from the individuals.
Okay.
And there is some bias when there's data from individuals as well. I mean, they are more likely to report an empty gas station than a gas station with gas.
That's true.
But that is, we'd have to take those into account in a model.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. We appreciate the information, and hopefully, if anybody else has additional questions going forward, they know where to contact you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're a little ahead of schedule still, but we can move forward if Yingping Yang is ready. Are you ready to present, or do you need a few more minutes?
Hi, this is Yingping Yang. I'm ready for presentation.
Okay, well, you can share your screen whenever you are ready, and
yes,
I will turn the floor over to you.
No problem. Hold on. I share the wrong screen.
Okay.
Sorry, here, this one. Okay, so my presentation here, the PowerPoint.
Got it.
Okay, got it. So hi everyone, my name is Yupeng, and today I'm going to share my recent work, which is about multi-scale and collaborative disaster evacuation planning framework. And generally speaking, this is about machine learning enabled adaptive air traffic recommendation system for disaster evacuation. The first consideration is about why we don't consider why we don't use the roadway transportation is because the roadway transportation planning and operations for disaster evacuation may fail since only a few evacuees following the recommended road choice for emergency officials. And in this case, flight dispatching could be a better plan since air transportation is a centralized system in which pilots and airways are managed by the controllers. And secondly, why we use the machine learning based, because the mathematical optimization may not represent time-dependent dynamic traffic characteristic and user behavior realistically. And conventional modeling methods are complex and depend on wide variety of assumptions that limits its practical efficacy. And because of that, we propose an adaptive flight dispatching framework that aims to coordinate available resources such as aircraft and airports to transport people from evacuation areas to safe places. And we formulate the evacuation flight dispatch as a weighted graph matching problem where weights between ages the two point represented by the aircraft and the airway, indicating the dynamics of the air route network are inferred by machine learning approaches. And to make it clear, we draw this figure to show what we are going to do. And here here we define this problem as the graph matching problem, in which the goal of flight dispatch is to find the best match between potential aircraft and evacuation flights. The graph weight here is learned by the reinforcement learning algorithm, and we want to find the best match from here to here. And our method divided in two tasks. First is to offline learning, and the second task is to online dispatch. And in the offline learning phase, we first summarize demand. The demand, which is the evacuation area and the supply patterns into subtennial quantitation, each of which refers to expected value of an aircraft or pilot being in a particular state. And we applying the elaborated machine learning, and to be specific, it is reinforcement learning models to estimate air mobility indicators in a local view. And in the online planning phase, the dispatch is solved using the combinational optimization approach, where each aircraft and airway pair is valued considering both immediate rewards and future gains that are attained based on the trained predictive machine learning model and this machine learning unified evaluation matrix on simultaneous states. And the data is from the Hurricane Irma from evacuation. The Hurricane Irma is in maybe 2017, and the data is from the ATOP office. And the experiments conducted in terms of limited resource indicate response and uncertainty of external factors, which demonstrate that the effectiveness and robustness of the proposed schema in real-world application. And firstly, I want to talk about the framework of our approach. It's divided into task one, learning. And in learning phase, we want to estimate the value for each state and to get the weight. This weight is this one. We want to use this weight to find the best match. And on the second phase, we want to we want to do the online planning for evacuation transaction for each aircraft and every pair. And for the task 1, the weight generation process can be considered as a Markov decision process. For each agent and environment interaction, the agent starts with the initial state, and in our case, is about the flight. It start with the initial airport and choose an action accordingly. That means choose where another airport to evacuate, and the agent and which generates a reward to guide the selection of actions. That means we want to find the weights that if the flight select this airport as the evacuate destination, how much they will get from this action. And once the action is taken, the Markov decision process transitions to the next stage by following the transition dynamics of environment. The agent accumulates the time discounted rewards along the continuous interaction. And then this is our algorithm to generate our state value loop to generate our transactions. So our state transactions is defined by the following following parameters, where SF are the indicators of the flight, the tuple of the departure flight time, and the region expected transaction reward, the tuple of expected arrival time and the region, and flight availability index respectively, which is this one. Note that in this evacuation task, the area could only be a single way from CTC to arrival city, or a multi-way from CTC to CTA and turn back to CTC. And for example, an aircraft takes off in the CTC and flies to CTC, takes off from the CTD and flies to CTC to support the evacuation, and then goes back to CTC. The S file still contains two values, namely 1 and 0, which means whether this evacuation flight has been matched or not. And the task 2 is the planning phase, and we use the advantage function trick. Here, the advantage function is used to define if we select this match as our evacuation plan, how much reward we can get from this match. And finally, we want to find the most advantage. Finally, we want to find the most advantage for this match, for this entire match to, and we call this the best match here. And generally speaking, the advantage function measures what is the advantage of selecting to serve a specific evacuation transactions for a certain aircraft compared to the expected reward of not serving that evacuation transactions. This is a mathematically advantage function definition. And then we can summarize the planning phase. First, load the state value lookup table, and then collect available aircraft and online flight transactions, and compute the advantage function for each valid aircraft and every pair using equation 5, which is here, the equation 5, and then solve the matching problem from the equation 6. Use the CATM algorithm. And in this time, we want to set up the experiment, and the experiment evacuation duration is 6 hours, and the supporting and the destination airport we have 7 supporting and destination airport, and for the evacuation airport we have four choices, and the evacuation frequency is 1 hour, and our evacuation cadence is 500. For the case study result 1, we compare the the multi-airport evacuation compared to the single airport evacuation, and we compared the the different airplane assigned from our, which is 357. The box plot presents the number of the aircraft taking off from each airport every hour. Generally speaking, either the multi-airport or the single airport chance to dispatch the flights to the nearest and the less busy airport. This dispatch method, based on the transaction value, can reduce the additional pressure on the airports by additional flights. Meanwhile, regardless in a multi-airport evacuation or single airport evacuation, it is not astonishing that the number of aircraft taking off at the sporting airport per hour is much less than that of the evacuation airport. The most important reason is that all flights need to go to the evacuation airport to pick up the people who need to evacuate. In the multiple evacuation airport setting, the dispatch system tends to dispatch evacuation flights from TPA, since TPA is the closest evacuation airport to the sporting airport compared to the Miami and FL, and TPA is not as busy as MCO, which means the evacuation transactions in which the the value in TPA has the higher transaction value. However, in the single evacuation airport setting, only Miami is used as the evacuation airport, so a large number of aircraft is concentrated in Miami. In other words, when more airports participate as an evacuation airport, the negative impact of additional flights on the evacuation airport capacity can be significantly reduced, especially when the N is equals to 7. If only a single airport participates as an evacuation airport, this airport should handle 30 aircraft per hour, and the specific number of the aircraft which takes off at different airports at each time step is shown in another table. And if Miami acts as the only one evacuation airport, it has to handle approximately 550 airplanes in the last 2 hours. In other words, the takeoff interval of adjunct flight needs to be controlled within approximately 1 minute. Considering the delay and error of estimated arrival time of the flight, this dispatch plan is unreasonable. And for the second case study result is compare the central allocation compared to the uniform allocation. And considering that the evacuated airports assume different roles during the evacuation process, the dispatch systems adopt different order generation method. And therefore, the second setting is utilized to test our online allocation strategy method. This figure shows that when the dispatch system does not utilize any optimizations, the flights are more likely to be allocated to airports that are closer to the supporting airport and have less negative workload impact on the supporting airports. However, the evacuation airport may play different roles in evacuation process. First, the central allocation is adopted when the Miami airport is the center of the hierarchy. The flights should be arranged to focus on the Miami airport, and the other evacuation airport is used to disperse the capacity pressure of the Miami airport. Since Florida, the FLL airport and Miami airport are both located near to the Miami, the desired result of the flights which are dispatched to take off from Miami and FLL airport accounted for 60%, and the Miami takes 50% flights. The test flights should be arranged to MCO, which is Orlando airport, and the Tampa airport, which is based on the population. Then we adopted the balanced weight. Secondly, the uniform allocation is adopted when all evacuation airports play the same important role in evacuation process. So the flights should be dispatched almost equally to all evacuation airports. Then we use another balanced weight. And this figure shows that when the airport evacuation dispatch system takes different allocation strategies, the flight distribution satisfies the system expectation of actual demand, which can produce centralized or equalization flight plans. And so first, to sum up, we the real world case study based on Hurricane Irma demonstrates that the efficacy of the proposed learn to dispatch and the ATCI based reward function compared with the baseline method. And our machine learning model result shows its potential to be deployed in the real world disaster management in the future. And our proposed learn to dispatch is the first work on the evacuation flight planning under emergency. And this work is still in the early stage and still need to compare to other optimization algorithms. And so something like baseline methods. And another future work is about the transaction generation method. In this project needs a lot of computation time. We are looking forward to developing another transaction generation method. And finally, we adopt a generalized representation of the interactions between multi-agents and the environment. In the future work, we will also consider the specific interactions between agents to build a Markov game. And that's it. And thanks for listening. And if you have any questions, please drop your questions to this email address. And do you have any questions? Feel free to ask.
Thank you, Yungpin. We appreciate that presentation. I am checking the Q&A and I'm not seeing anything in there at this point in time. I do have a quick question. So the models that you did were using Hurricane Irma data. Have you been able to do any testing with the data that's come since Irma?
Oh yes, we modify the data from the ATOP center, and the data is about the Irma hurricane, and we utilize that data to do this model.
Okay, so going forward, like for future hurricanes, how would this information be utilized? How can it be utilized for future hurricanes?
We can use the Irma hurricane data as the baseline. So we use this data to calculate the weight in the offline learning phase and adopt this weight into the online phase. And which means we can, if there is another hurricane in future, and we can adopt the weight learned by the Irma hurricane and to do the dispatch system.
Okay, all right. Still don't see any questions in the Q&A. Thank you for participating and presenting this project. I think our next presenter is Dr. Parr. Let me see if he has logged on. He may have been coming out of class as well.
Present and accounted for.
Perfect. All right, so the floor is yours.
Okay, so I can share my screen.
You should be able to. Let me make sure they have you classified correctly. Yep.
All right. Now it's on the wrong side. Can you guys see my presentation?
No, right now we saw it for a second, but now we're seeing the web browser.
My email, my agenda. There we go. Better?
Now, yes.
Yeah, all right, we're good. Great. Well, thank you all for coming. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Let me bring up my actual presentation. There, we're good? All right.
We're good, yes.
So the title of the presentation is Modeling Future Outbreaks of COVID-19 Using Traffic as a Leading Indicator. First, I want to acknowledge my collaborators, my co-PIs, Suresh and Dahai, and my master's student who graduated with this topic. She graduated last May, I believe. Yeah. Fanny Christensen. She's now at Kittleson Associates, killing it there. So she is awesome, and she put together a lot of this initial work. So broad scale overview of what we're talking about. COVID-19 happened, and there were a bunch of directives and orders that said, nobody go out, nobody do anything. We're going to lock down and let this storm pass. An initial study that we did, we said, well, is anybody actually going to listen to what the governor has to say? A couple researchers and myself, we got together and we went around and we collected statewide traffic information for the state of Florida. And we started collecting, or we stopped our collection day on March 22nd of 2020. So lockdowns happened on like the 9th or the 10th. And then like 2 weeks later, we stopped collecting data and just ran a quick t-test analysis and said, look, here's Monday of this year and here's Monday of last year in March. And this is how much traffic has decreased or increased or whatever. Because really at the time we had no idea whether anyone had any inclination of just locking down. Who's going to listen to that? We saw that traffic by the 22nd, I think traffic was down like 50% or whatever. And we published that paper in the National ASCE National Hazards Review. And that actually showed up online June of 2020 and now has been cited like 65 times. That paper's been downloaded over 10,000 times, I think. I think it's the most popular paper of 2020 and 2021 in terms of downloads and citations. It's wildly successful. The trick is it's not actually a very good paper, right? It's just looking at what traffic was on this day of this year and comparing it to traffic on this day of last year, and then using the case counts over top of that. But I guess, in that sense, it really pays to be first because no one had done that. No one knew what was going on really. And this was one of the first papers to show, pretty hard evidence that the lockdowns, people were listening to them, right? Then we did another paper that looked at 10 states. And we're going to present some of those findings in this presentation. But we looked at 10 states and kind of did the same thing. We tried to talk about doing, in that paper, we tried to do some correlation between the cases and the traffic. And that correlation didn't really work out. They were kind of hard to read through the tea leaves in that one. Then we brought in some collaborators, and in this presentation, we're looking at 10 states in the US, 2 provinces in China, and all of Sweden, right? And you can just see that as a cross-section of like, all 3 of those have different takes on the policies for COVID restrictions or COVID lockdowns or COVID measures, right? We can see one end of the spectrum as, China had a very strict lockdown policy, right? And that's reflected in traffic data and, the COVID case counts. And then on the other end of the spectrum, we had Sweden, which had very relaxed COVID measures put in place. And that's reflected in the traffic data and maybe to some extent the case data as well. And then we have the United States, which is, the federal system. Each state is kind of on its own governor, blue state, red state, blah, 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 whatever. So we have states like New York, which were perceived as being, stricter in the lockdown. And then we have, Florida, which is, under Republican control. And that is, considered to be a more loose COVID restrictions. So we kind of present the spread of, measures that were implemented. That's what we're trying to do. So let me see if I can actually get this to work. There we go. So we kind of break this down into 2 phases, our research approach. One is we're going to assess, compare, and contrast the impacts of COVID activity restrictions on road-based transportation in the US, Sweden, and China. That's what we're presenting here. The statistical analysis that we did to try to relate traffic changes to COVID is kind of difficult. It's not as straightforward. It's not a correlation analysis or something like that. So the CATM project is looking at taking this data and taking these relationships and trying a more advanced modeling approach, right? And that's the susceptible, infected, recovered model approach, which is hopefully going to tease out those nuanced relationships between traffic, lockdowns, restrictions, and positive COVID cases. So here we're presenting the phase 1 results. We're still working on phase 2. Okay, so phase 1 methodology, super simple stuff, super duper simple. All right, we're going to comparatively assess travel patterns and COVID-19 cases. We're pretty much going to say, look, here's what traffic's doing, here's what COVID's doing, and here's different policies implemented to kind of impact the two of them, right? The data itself came from each state or province or country, right? So in the United States, we have, the federal highway system mandates that states collect traffic count data as part of the funding mechanism for roads. So the more traffic you have, the more funding you get from federal highways. So states put out and maintain the permanent traffic count locations. And then, they make them, that's public information. So we were able to collect those for all of 2020, and we compared those to all of 2019. And when I say compare, I mean day for day matches. The first Monday in January compared to the first Monday in January, all the way through the year. Okay, so here's a little information about the areas that we're studying. So our 10 states are Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Massachusetts, Michigan, New Hampshire, New York, Ohio, Vermont. Okay, our 2 provinces in China are Hubei and Zhejiang. I'm probably mispronouncing both of those, but Hubei's capital city is Wuhan. So that gives you an idea. And you can see the population discrepancies between the Chinese provinces and the US states, right? And then Sweden, we have traffic data collected for all of Sweden. Give you an idea, in the US, like Florida had like 200 sites. There we go. I think I have a slide on that anyway. All right. So here's maps of the traffic collection sites. So, all the orange and yellow dots are traffic permanent count stations that we use in this study. So one figure shows Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, and Ohio. The other figure shows New York, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire. We have Florida, Montana on their own graphs as well. The 2 provinces in China and Sweden. I think in Sweden, we had roughly like 70 or 80 traffic count locations. Florida, we had like 200, and everywhere else kind of ranged between, I think the provinces in China had like 400 apiece or something like that. And then everywhere else kind of ranged between like 100 and maybe high 70s or something, up to maybe 200. So in the United States, each state had a different, the state emergency declarations are governed by the states themselves. So at some point, the feds came in and they said, look, here's what you need for a phase 1. This is what a phase 1 reopening should look like, phase 2, phase 3. And then some states issued their own phase 4 and their own phase 5. But that was a guideline, right? The feds came in and said, this is a guideline. This is not mandated. This is what we think you should be doing. Ultimately, it's up to each state under their emergency declaration. This figure isn't really made for you to read it, but it gives you an idea of when things started shutting down was, early second week of March, right? And then you can see phase 1 reopenings are like May, April, even into June a little bit. Then phase 2 and phase 3, and then a number of states went back to restrictions. So if you look at like Indiana, by November 15th, they went back to a restriction. November 10th, they went back to restrictions. Massachusetts reinstituted restrictions. This was as cases were piling up again. So this would be like a round 2 or a second phase of the pandemic, right? Remember, we had, the initial phase was looking back, a relatively mild bump in cases. And then by like end of November, beginning of December, cases are shooting through the roof, way magnitudes higher than they were back in March, April, and May. So then, some of these states started coming back. Florida said, no way, no reinstitution of restrictions. We're going to press on, right? And then here's the data in China. So China really has two designations, of course, all from their central government. One is a serious incident, and the other is a very serious incident. I think level 1 is worse than level 2. So a level 2 is a serious incident, and a very serious incident is level 1. So we'll see it in the Chinese graphs, but the cases started piling up December-ish in China, and it wasn't until late January that they started issuing these restrictions and suggestions for on movement. Okay, Sweden. A lot of people think Sweden didn't have any precautions put in place. That's not true. Sweden had a lot of precautions. They were just suggestions, right? So they suggested public gatherings be limited. They suggested companies can work from home. They put all these suggestions out there, but they didn't really have any hard requirements, right? Those tended to come a little later. So I think probably at the end of 2020 and the start of 2021, they started saying, all right, now we're really going to start enforcing these measures a little bit more strictly than we had done before. So the findings, so cases and traffic offset. So we tried to offset the traffic and see what that did to cases. And then, of course, we'll show you the figures and the diagrams that were put together that kind of tell the story a little bit. So we wanted to see the percent change in traffic. How many days offset in time did we see a percent change in COVID cases? Right. So all we did was a correlation analysis, very simple, basic statistic stuff. Right. We said, all right, this percent change. And then we said, all right, no change in the number, no offset. So today's change in traffic compared to today's change in COVID cases. And then we said, all right, today's change in traffic compared to tomorrow's changes in COVID, or 2 days from now, or 10 days from now, or 28 days from now. And that's what we did. We just offset it to see if there was a relationship between changes in traffic today and a future change in COVID cases up to 28 days from now, right? So that resulted in 29 observations, right? And we really want to see, we're looking for a negative correlation. So as traffic decreases, we want a positive correlation. Let me see. Let's see what the figure said. Yeah. So as the negative change in traffic, as traffic goes down, we want to see COVID cases go down, right? Here we go, correlation values. So these are days offset. I'm pointing to the screen like you can see it. I don't know if you can see my mouse. So days offset, or how many days we offset the correlation analysis. And these are the correlation values. So we see that, let's take New York, right? We have, after 5 days of traffic decreasing, or I say decreasing, so we use negative values. So it's really kind of, the signs are kind of flipped. But when traffic changes in New York, we see COVID changes in New York 5 days later, and then traffic increases, and then COVID increases, and traffic decreases, and COVID decreases, right? So the average daily offset was 5 days with the median value of 6 days. That means we're seeing changes in traffic 5 and 6 days, and then we're seeing COVID changes 5 or 6 days later. And then you can see some places are kind of like outliers, like Sweden, that's not a really good correlation. New Hampshire was 9 days. Hubei province was 8 days. 7 days, Michigan, that's a very strong correlation, very strong correlations. Pretty much anything that's over like 7 is considered like a very strong correlation. So we said, all right, so it looks like changes in traffic could be related to changes in COVID. And that change, which would account for like incubation of the virus so like from the time you you contract COVID to the time you actually like get sick and get tested, right? Because we're not measuring people getting sick, we're measuring positive tests. So you got to get sick, or you got to contract. So you got to contract it today, and then you get sick, and then you go get a COVID test and it pops positive. That's the time difference we're trying to account for. And in the aggregate, it looks like that's somewhere between like 5 and 8 days-ish. Okay, so now I'm going to show you guys a series of figures which kind of weave together the story of traffic from 2019 and 2020. So every day we did a statistical test. So every day is like a t-test. We're comparing this day, these 100 and whatever detectors compared to these 100 and whatever detectors. So it's a paired test on the first Monday in August to the first Monday in August between years. And, you know, ideally, kind of, sort of, they should be more or less equal, at least statistically equal. I mean, between years, you don't see huge fluctuations in traffic between years, but you do see some, of course. There's, you know, regular statistics, you know, regular noise, right, in going on the statistics. That, you know, population's changed a little bit. Okay, maybe some people are like calling in today or whatever, but generally we expect on the same day you should see approximately the same number of traffic at 250 sites. And some might have more and some might have less, but statistically it should all wash out, right? So statistically significant differences are shown with an X. Similar days are shown with a circle, a green circle. The lower right-hand corner shows the number of detectors used in each of those t-tests. So you can imagine you're looking between years, you're looking at hundreds of detectors. Sometimes detectors are not working, or sometimes roads are closed due to construction, or sometimes the detector's malfunctioning, right? So instead of like throwing out all of the observations between years, we said, look, for days that we have paired observations, we'll include that observations. And for days that we don't have that paired observation, either we lost the detector in 2019 data, or we lost the detector in 2020 data, or we don't have the detector in either. We ignored those observations. So the number of observations within each state fluctuates per t-test, because every day is a t-test. So it's like 365 t-tests were conducted looking at hundreds of detectors. So give you an idea. So the lower right-hand corner gives you an idea of the mean, median, minimum, maximum number of observations that constitute these X's and O's in terms of statistical tests, right? The dates on the 2020 are shown on the X-axis. The COVID cases are shown with a red line on the secondary Y-axis. And the percent change in traffic is shown on the primary Y-axis. So let's have a look. Now I got all of my Zoom stuff covering up my labels and headers. So top figure, we see Hubei province, 2019 and 2020. So this is a province where capital city is Wuhan, where the virus was first identified. So here we see, if we're looking at the, I don't know if you guys can see my cursor or not, but if you're looking at, you know, January of 2020, traffic is merrily moving along. Traffic is up, it's down a little bit, it's up, it's down a little bit, you know, statistically significant, statistically insignificant, blah, blah, blah. It's bouncing back and forth. Then there is a stage 1 emergency declared in Hubei, which is followed by a stage 2 emergency. So boom, boom. Now we have a very serious incident and traffic drops off. Traffic drops off to effectively 0. There is nobody on the roads in this province by the end of January. Right? We see COVID cases are ticking up, 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 up. And then they get to a certain point, probably like 2 weeks after the closures, and then they drop to effectively 0 or very close to 0. Right? You see traffic build back up a little bit, and then you see it shut down again to 0. So there's no published restriction removals of that date. There are also, according to the reports, there are no COVID cases anywhere in Hubei province during that period. No reported cases. So then there is the restrictions more restrictions are put in place in April, and then we enter some kind of reopening, and traffic skyrockets back, exceeding prior levels as people move around and probably resupply and get other stuff. And then you see traffic continue on till the end of May, more or less the same as it was before. Zhejiang province is the figure below. Again, in early January, we see, all right, traffic's more or less the same. And then we have a serious event declared. Traffic decreases, COVID increases. A very serious event is declared at the end of February. Traffic is kind of coming back open. And then traffic picks back up. COVID cases stay at or below 0. Okay. Now let's go to Sweden. So the other end of the spectrum in terms of closures and suggestions and everything else. So all right. So COVID kind of broke onto the scene in March, right? So before March, Sweden traffic, we're looking at probably 70 to 80 detectors. In up till March, traffic is more or less the same across Sweden, which is what we expect. Then the government comes in and say, hey, let's rethink, large groups of people gathering. Let's rethink schools and buses. Let's limit bars and restaurants. And then eventually let's go ahead and enforce things. So as that's all happening throughout the month of March, traffic is decreasing, but it's very volatile, right? Traffic is up, it's down, it's up, it's down. There's, there's a higher standard deviation during this period between March and June than we'll see, and then certainly than we saw in China. Traffic is much higher, relatively percent-wise, much higher in Sweden during the pandemic than we saw with China. We also see a higher proportion, per million COVID cases in Sweden during this time. We have schools reopen, and then travel is a little bit more permitted, and then traffic kind of goes back to normal for some, for a period of time between, say, July and maybe October, November, right? Then we have local enforcements and limits put back in place as COVID starts to climb, and more restrictions and more suggestions put in place. Now, COVID is really going at a much higher rate in these winter months, and traffic has then decreased again. And then you get to the holiday period where these fluctuations that you see are not real fluctuations that you expect to see, because we have like December 25th. Christmas falls on December 25th every year. And when you're trying to account for days of the week, well, last Christmas, December 25th was a Tuesday, and this Christmas, December 25th is a Wednesday. That's why you see these kind of high fluctuations, right? Because every other period, every other holiday is like the first Monday in August or something. Or like Thanksgiving here is like the 4th Thursday in November, right? So Thanksgiving falls on the same day of the week, whereas holidays like the 4th of July and Christmas fall on the same calendar day. And when we have those, then we see these stark contrasts in days. Those are kind of like, ignore those. That's not a real finding of traffic fluctuations. It's just a relic of the way that we're looking at data. So that's Sweden, right? Way different than China, right? Let's look through, we're gonna look next at Florida and then New York, and then we'll call it a day, as opposed to going through all of the states. These are kind of the interesting states, I would say. At least the states that got kind of like the most attention for being like most locked down or the most restricted, and then the least locked down and least restricted. So again, Florida, we see a lot of similar days between 2019 and 2020, up until the state of emergency is declared, then school closures, then restaurant closures. And then at some point in here, at some point between these days, between the state of emergency and restaurants being closed, Disney World closed. And that was the big kicker, man. When Disney World closed, we knew we were in a pandemic, right? So as the closures are happening, as this is occurring, we're seeing like increases in certain areas in the state of Florida. And we're like, why is that going on? People are leaving, the tourists are leaving, you know, the snowbirds are going back home to take care of their business at home, right? So we see little increases in traffic kind of up here, like, you know, March 11th, March 12th, and even in certain areas, right, as people are leaving Orlando and Pensacola and going back home. And then we see traffic crater, right? Traffic craters, it reaches a minimum like the first week in April. It's down, you know, over 60% in some cases. It really does crater. But then for some reason, after April, people are like, you know what? Screw it. I'm going back to work. I can't take it anymore. And we see as traffic start to pick up. There's no phased reopening. There's no governmental orders. It's just trying to pick up. Then phase one reopens, phase two reopens. Then we have traffic, you know, traffic's decreased by like 15%-ish. Then the COVID cases tick up again in Florida. Like Florida is like the only state where we see this summer spike in COVID cases. And I think we even see it in 2021. We see a summer spike in COVID cases when everybody else has like more winter spikes. My opinion, complete speculation. My opinion is you try being outside in July in Florida and not melt, right? So people are more, it's more likely people are inside in the AC, not outside melting. Whereas in Sweden, like everyone's outside enjoying the sun in July and August because the weather's nice. Florida, it is miserable. And if you're not from Florida, you don't know. It is like 100 degrees and 100% humidity all the time. You walk from your house to your car and you're covered in sweat. So that's my opinion. No scientific backing justifying that claim whatsoever. But I digress. All right, so back to the figure. So we have this spike in the summertime. DeSantis says, I'm not reinstituting it. It's not going to happen. Not in my state, right? But we see that people are responding to it anyway. So we were up in like June, we're up to like 15%. You know, we're only decreased 15%. The spike happens, we drop back down to like 19%, 20% off. Then COVID cases start going back down, and then we start to see traffic kind of return. And we see statistically insignificant differences between years. It means traffic is at or above pre-pandemic levels. Here we see this weird spike happening in early September. I think that's when kids are going back to school. And then that kind of like the school calendar is off between years. So we start to see kind of weird stuff going on there. After that, we do a phase 3 reopening, and according to Florida, the pandemic is in the rearview mirror. We're full steam ahead. Okay, vaccine, no vaccine, mask, no mask. We're going forth. That's what we're doing. It's a game plan. So we see traffic start to statistically return. Now, this decreases. These are like regional decreases. So you could say that maybe Miami, Broward, Palm Beach, they're still like staying home, but other areas are increasing their traffic from prior years. So overall traffic is still down a little bit, but regionally it's like not significant. It doesn't pass the T-test or pass. We fail to reject the hypothesis that the days are equal, or yeah, we fail to reject the hypothesis the days are equal, whatever. Effectively, traffic is statistically similar between years. COVID cases start ticking up again in November. Nobody cares. We're on the road still. And then by the end of the year, we start to see traffic kind of return to pre-pandemic levels. We see a couple days up, a couple days down. Again, it's the holidays. It's kind of hard to isolate or to identify that, but you can see the traffic's like 5, maybe 10% down. Maybe it's even between the years by the end of the year. All right. Our sister state to the north, New York. All right. Traffic up until the emergency declaration is at or above prior year levels. State of emergency declared, we see a spike in traffic. Those are people going to get supplies. We're in this is happening. New York had a pretty good feel for what was coming based off of the emergency declarations, the high population density, the messaging that was going on from their Governor Cuomo. I mean, They knew something was coming. They went out and they got supplies that they needed. Traffic crashes, COVID cases come up, schools are closed, traffic stays down, but traffic starts to creep back up. So as traffic creeps back up, or as I should say, as the COVID cases come down, traffic starts to creep back up. Then we have a phase 1 reopening, a phase 2, a phase 3, phase 4 reopening. Traffic is still significantly below prior years. I mean, we're at 20% in the phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4 reopenings. We're inching back towards, you know, regular traffic patterns. Then a restriction 1, restriction 2, you know, traffic is kind of coming back. Restriction 2 comes. Cases are now shooting through the roof. We're into the winter months. Traffic decreases again, then it's back up. It's a mess, right? So cases ultimately finish on a high. Traffic is doing all kinds of crazy stuff in New York. That's why we need a little more advanced modeling to figure out what this relationship looks like. That's where my co-PI Srish comes in to save the day. Okay, so just overview. These are just looking at COVID cases. This is just a fun slide I like, right? It's like, find out who had the most restrictions. So this slide does not include any of the Chinese data. This is the 10 states and Sweden, right? So we kind of see just a similar pattern, regardless of what the states did. We kind of see an initial spike when COVID broke out in March and April. Florida sticks out as the only observation with a summer peak. Everyone else stayed kind of low through summer and autumn. And then we start to see spikes in November and December, right? And regardless of what the states did, we see kind of, sort of, more or less similar results. I don't know, right? It's kind of messy. But like we have, you know, Vermont down here is the dark green. Not really a whole lot of people in Vermont. So maybe that plays a role. I don't know. Up here we see Montana. Not a whole lot of people in Montana. Huge spike per million, right? Let's see, a fun one. All right, Sweden's the red one, right? Sweden is like pretty much in line with just about everybody else, except, you know, they were perceived, or at least, you know, the media painted them as having just, it was the Wild West. There's no such thing as COVID in Sweden. Everyone's doing their own thing. Well, we know from the data that's not necessarily true. They did have a higher standard deviation of traffic patterns than we saw kind of in a lot of other places. A lot of the states we looked at had very similar traffic patterns, you know, this decreasing in March, bottoming out sometime in April, and then coming back, and then COVID cases kicking up, and then traffic going back down. So that's the big picture in terms of COVID cases. All right, so now if I can get to move some of this stuff. All right. So by the end of the study period, Florida and China had returned to a steady pre-pandemic level. Only China had 0 reported cases of COVID-19. Pretty much everywhere else was up, right? New York, Florida, New York, Massachusetts showed new record highs of COVID-19 cases by the end of 2020. Montana, Illinois, and Ohio were on the downslope of that, right? Sweden, more or less, kind of had per million in population, kind of had experienced the same kind of COVID curves as we all saw. You know, traffic was significantly impacted by the lockdowns and reopening. I say that because in March and April, well, I wouldn't say April, by April everyone knew. By March, in March of 2020, we didn't really know if anyone was going to be paying attention to what the governor had to say. Rapid decreases in traffic tended to delay when the COVID cases peaked, and longer durations between traffic recoveries tended to slow when the second peak was. That is, I say tended and may liberally, right? We need to tease out some of these relationships a little more. So that's what the next steps of our project are. We're going to reformulate the classic susceptible, infected, and recovered model to incorporate the changes in traffic and infectious disease spread, hopefully identify some patterns, hopefully identify some policies that made meaningful impacts on people and social mixing, and explore, you know, the relationship between the lockdowns of traffic and the disease propagation to kind of inform decision makers, or at least tell the story of what happened succinctly so that in the event of something else happening in the future, we can go back and say, look, this is empirically what we know. These are the relationships that we saw. Maybe someone smarter than me can come along and say, hey, this is what we can do better in the future so that we don't have maybe as much social upheaval or as much disease spread.
All right.
I thought I had one more slide. There went.
Thank you, Scott. That was definitely interesting information. And I guess it's one of those situations, this was, we hope, once in a lifetime event that occurred. And so how do you utilize the information going forward? Because we're hoping we don't have this happen again. But in the case that you do, you know, you didn't really have anything to base anything off of. So this is, like you said, the initial stages, but how far can you go if the pandemic ends? So yeah, and
so you can think of the first couple rounds of papers that we've published a bunch on this data. It's been wonderful. A lot of people want to know what's going on. So the first couple of research, I guess, forays into this was like just showing for an archival purposes what happened, right? I guess the first paper is like, what the hell's going on? The second paper is like, all right, for archival purposes, this is what we see, and these are the kind of ideas that we're getting from it. Next is where my co-PI Suresh comes in, and who's much smarter than I am, and he's gonna be like, all right, this is what we're seeing, you know.
And that's when we get all the mathematics in there, right? All the data modeling.
Yeah. So, you know, that's kind of the future of this project. You know, I'm very grateful for CATM for supporting this research. I think it's very important.
It is.
If we just go by citations alone, it's been very successful as far as, I guess, exposure to this data and to the center. And I'm very grateful that we were able to do this. And, you know, just going by how popular it's been, I mean, literally, our first paper has been like the most downloaded journal article every month for like, you know, 17 of the last like 19 months or something like that.
That's pretty awesome.
Doesn't mean it's a very good paper. It's just
we appreciate the good press then.
Yeah.
Perspective. But thank you so much. We greatly appreciate it. I'm not seeing any questions in the Q&A, but I'm sure, you know, you might have some people who reach out to you afterwards, especially people who see the recording after the fact. So thank you again. We appreciate it. And I guess we will move into our final set of presentations by Dr. Q. All right, Shelley.
Can you hear me?
I can. You should have control. Yes, I can see you now too.
Okay, I will share screen.
And I guess since you have the last two presentations, I will not break in between. So I guess if you want to just pause in between and see if there's any questions to be addressed, and if not, or after they've been addressed, move forward into the next one, that is fine.
Let's say I will present two studies of our CATM projects. I will give like a general introduction of our two projects, and if anyone wanted to ask a question, I also opened the chat part. If I notice anyone like post a question in chat, that will answer. So feel free to ask the questions.
Okay, and I'll let you know if I see some as well. So just in case you're focused on your presentation. So the floor is yours, Dr. Q.
Okay, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to meet you all. So I'm Dr. Shelley Chu from the North Carolina A&T State University. Our team had two CATM projects, both focused on decision making for transportation system during hurricanes. So both projects based motivated by the disruptions by caused by hurricanes. Before this pandemic, hurricane more frequently affect the North Carolina and Florida. This this east coast area. So, but we are lucky during this pandemic. These 2 years of this COVID-19 pandemic, we don't have no major hurricanes had affect this North Carolina, but some severe or major hurricane affect this Louisiana and also it's New Orleans area. So this they call Gulf Coast area. But our studies based on this Hurricane Matthew and also Hurricane Florida and Hurricane Dorian affected North Carolina. So our research team, including Dr. Davis, Dr. Song, and me, and also including several PhD students in the past years. Before that, we also have some undergraduate students participant in our project. We also have collaboration with Dr. Liu and Dr. Namli. So we have two CATM projects, as I mentioned. The first one, it's focused on this how to do decisions or support decision making for multiple scale and multiple mode transportation. Here I list a few studies included in this project. Some we already presented in previous CATM symposiums. So today we will present one study we completed last year. That is part of a PhD dissertation, stochastic optimization model for road asset protection planning. So the other CATM project of ours, it's about this traffic control. During this study, we more focused on analyze drivers or evacuees behavior, and also based on the historical data, do this to predict the traffic volume. I will present one study we recently complete. We create a simulation model to capture this hurricane evacuation in East North Carolina. Then we use the Hurricane Florence data validated this simulation model. So first, let's move to the first study I mentioned, a stochastic optimization model for road asset protection planning. We are not specifically say what type of the asset. We can extend it to any asset this transportation agency want to protect it before hurricane. But in our case study, we consider the bridge as one asset. We can protect a overhead sign of the highway also. So first we formulated the network as directly the graph. Then we also assumed we know the traveling time of each road segment and also damage probability. So this way we can, our goal is to say we want to protect the asset of road asset to make sure they are not damaged by hurricane. But due to the limited resource, we may not have enough resource to protect every like a highway bridge. So then our goal is to make sure between each source node and the demand nodes, make sure they have a path to transport from one from source to demand or from back from the demand to source. This way we can for example, they need deliver emergency relief, or they need to rescue some people. So make sure they have a road they have paths to reach all the people needed this resource. So in our study, case study, I will say we assumed like a hospital or this this emergency center we consider as the source nodes, and demand nodes will be all the shelters can be opened in a county. So this is the parameters for the model. This is a network example we used in study. So nodes in the model will represent intersection of this road, or this is some exits of this highway bridge. So then we assume we have a set of the demand node, set of the destination node. Then we also use this node arc incidence matrix to represent a network. So that then we also indicate for each part that how many assets associated with that arc. So some arc they may have the multiple bridges, but for that type we define that arc. Usually we know if one bridge is broken on that arc, entire road is not passable. So that we cannot use that arc anymore. So then D is show the random damage. It's only say that it's random generated based on this probability of the damage. So decisions, major decision, prime decision, it's first stage decision. It's decide which asset should be protected. So then the second, others, the second stage decision variables, then that will for after a hurricane, based on this realization to decide which road they can use, which path it's shortest path to travel from this source node to each pair of source node and destination node. So we formulate as a two-stage stochastic integer linear programming model. Then in the model, the goal is to minimize the expected traveling time we're using like a undamaged road. And if between any pair of the node and demand, we don't have a path, we're using undamaged road, and then we will give a very higher penalty. Z value indicate under different scenario is there a path between like a two between a pair of the source and the destination nodes. So the first part is the traveling time. If we identify there, it's a path between a pair of the source node and the demand node. So we don't consider the capacity. If we say road is not damaged, we just assume they have the full capacity. So so for the model, if you are you are interested in detail, so then we can discuss that later, because it will take very long to explain each constraint. So now for our approach, we selected to solve this problem. Then we use the general, we use this sample average exponential method. The general idea for this SAA approach, it's first we generate the random like scenario, then we use that to solve that for random sample, then estimate objective function, then extend this as a deterministic optimization, solve it, then we repeatedly to generate new samples, then to find the best drought, then we can best solution for the first stage. So then due to this the size of the problem, then we also integrated another like a scenario decomposition algorithm, and also modified it to make sure our problem can be quickly like solved. So based on the model and the solution approach, we conducted a study then to try to investigate how this intensive and of hurricane, especially this wind speed and the flood level, will affect the highway protection plan. So, for in this numerical experiment, this is the network, transportation network we used. We consider the highway in this New Hampshire County. So then also with the asset, each this red node, that's like a source node. A source node actually represent like a hospital and it's emergency response center. Then all these green nodes, they indicate the shelter location like available in this New Hanover County. So then of course others, it's just represent the either intersection of the highway or this exits of the highways. So this is a summary how many nodes asset and also this how many arcs. So we only consider one entry nodes, that it's the like location of the I-40 from the west side, like from this rally. If we can reach this county, this is the entry of the I-40. That is also treated as the source node because we need if the county do not have enough resource, then this it's can treat as a outside source node. So this is the factors we considered in our experiment. We consider this wind intensity was lower and higher level than flood level. We consider this data, it's based on this flood level during the hurricane. This Dorian higher, it's way to make sure. So for this Hurricane Florence and the Hurricane Dorian, their flood level, it's similar to test the worst case. We just double the flood level during the Hurricane Florence to base on that to check which bridge will be affected by flood. Then for this protection resource, we don't have the exactly resource available. Then we test the different value and also assume some constant like each bridge based on this size decide how many resources needed. So then we based on the winter wind intensity and the flood level to determine this damage probability. If flood level lower than this bridge, high, so then they will not affected by a flood, but it's lower or it's in between, so then we will give some, if flood level will cover entire bridge, so then we will give a damage. It's 1, otherwise it's in between. Then wind intensity, it's based on this damage impacted by this wind scale, Sampson wind scale. So then we base on this to combine to generate this like a probability for each scenario and test our model. So based on this, this is the results. Then these results show, okay, the total after we found the best production plan under the different protection resource available, we can find this flood level will not affect this protection like results a lot. But this wind intensity will affect a lot because this wind intensity high and wind intensity will affect more. It will affect it's more bridges make we need protected more highway bridges. But for the flood, so in this county, it's always some bridge will their level is high enough. They probably never affected by flood. But on the other hand, another side of the bridge, they are really low. It's always affected by flood. So that make this flood level, it's does not have a obvious not affect this protection plan. This is the solution on the different protection resource. Then which bridge, this is the index for the bridge, which bridge should be protected. So then you can say like some bridge is important. Some bridge will always be protected together because this that means all these bridge they are on same path or same route. If one damage, the entire route will not passable for this delivery. So then that make it always important. It's this 3 and this 44, 46, this group and this few bridge. So then, so the quick conclusion for the first study, this figure show how we can protect a bridge. So that if to protect this flood, the agency can add some like a temporary like bond here to protect bridge. So then our study show this solution approach is very effective. Usually it takes about 20 minutes to solve another case. So then by summary, this optimal solution, then we can say in a county, which bridge is more important in general. So, so let's move to the next. Oh, I will make it quick. I will quickly mention it and make it can finish it in 5 or 6 minutes. So for the second study, we use one like open source like agent-based transport simulation framework. This is a software package, like open source software package for transportation simulation. Then we use this to build to simulate the transportation for the hurricane evacuation. So for our simulation model, we assume the company will issue, a government will issue this evacuation orders 2 or 3 days before landfall. So then we know in North Carolina, if we have a major hurricane coming, then most North Carolina residents in the affected region will choose evacuate from home, but still have some residents choose staying home. So we'll consider 3-day hurricane evacuation. Then we know during the first 2 days, then some people still need working. So then we just assume each day we only use a partial road capacity for evacuation traffic. So then, but due to when this hurricane approaching, so most business will be closed. So then more road capacity will be used, can be used for evacuation. Last for the evacuation behavior, we assume the family always evacuate together by their personal family vehicle, or they choose to stay home together. Because in North Carolina, government agency does not provide this public transportation for hurricane evacuation. So we just consider this, so we assume residents evacuate by together by the family and using their family or personal vehicle. So this is the reason. This is the region we were simulated. This is a map from provided by North Carolina Department of Transportation. This is the evacuation room. This evacuation room actually including 35 counties in the eastern North Carolina. So we simulate this region. So then, as I mentioned, this software we use to build this simulation model. This is open source software. So then it including 3 modules. So first we need a generator like network. Then we also need like decide this population and the departure. Then based on both, we generate a scenario. So next slides show more details about this framework. So it's for this network generation, we download this NC map that extracted this highway network using available tools. Then we save this network as a file. This file is they call this OSM file. So this then they can we can load to this engine as a network. Then same time we also modified this departure time generation module, because original this framework it's they created for this building and the city evacuation. They don't consider 3 days. Then their departure pattern also different from hurricane departure. We modified that part. Then we also identify these counties in North Carolina and their population. Then import all this and identify other factors needed for the simulation model. At the end, we create the scenario input file for the simulation model. Then this MetaSim engine can run this model to give us results. So we use, after we build this model, we use this Hurricane Florence data to test this simulation model. So this is study area. This is a highway we considered. So then this map shows this for the Hurricane Florence. There are 16 counties received this evacuation order based on their population. And also the average family size. We generate this departure distribution of departure departures. So and the scenario we consider departure departure and available road capacity, how many family and the road capacity during the 3 days. And we also assume we don't consider the constant departure during the entire day. We assume that most driver will evacuate during the daytime. Less people will leave departure during the night time. during daytime and nighttime, we just assume uniform distributed. And we also consider different percentage of family choosing staying home. One is 5%, one is 10%. So we got the data from this North Carolina Department of Transportation. They provide this hourly traffic data during this Hurricane Florence, but due to some their sensors issue, most sensors affected by heavy rain during the Hurricane Florence. We only found one location they have in this evacuation zone region, so that one sensor still have data within 24 to 72 hours. Then we use that observation data and also same locations simulated traffic to compare them, and we found they are pretty much can verify the model capture what happened during hurricane evacuation. So lastly, it's the results. You can see this line. It's a different scenario. So it's very similar. This the number of the traffic on road during the nighttime. Not many traffic. That's based on the caused by the assumption, but during the daytime, then traffic will accumulate until the nighttime. Then no more people departure. Then traffic will going down. The traffic on the last day is the highest day. So this graph show after iteration that this simulation reach the static states. This is the results during the static states. Then this and the last slide. So this show this traffic simulation platform can be used to simulate hurricane evacuation. Then and also can be used to estimate the traffic evacuation under different scenario. Then government agency can try different traffic control using the same model, simulation model, then get more prepared based on different hurricane paths, and to do more run more times using this simulation model can have a better preparation for the future evacuation. Okay, that's all. Thank you for you all. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Shelley. We appreciate that. I'm looking at the Q&A and I'm not seeing anything posted in Q&A or in the chat at this moment, but if anybody on have any questions, we'll pause for a second. I know that was a lot, 2 studies in covered at the same time or covered concurrently. But yes, thank you, Shelley. What are the, because I know several of your students graduated and got their PhD during the time that these studies have been going on. What are the students doing now? Do you know where any of them were placed after graduation?
So let's go back to the previous. So actually, in our team, we have like a 2, 4, 5. So yeah, I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Totally 5 PhD students actually involved in this in our projects. 3 of them already graduated. I think I I probably missed one student because she already graduated for a while.
Yeah, I know.
Cynthia graduated, Hashita graduated, Sachin graduated, Mira is still here.
Okay.
Mahamud have joined this project late, but he got a master degree and lived and moved to other university, I think.
Okay. Okay.
David is still here. He probably will graduate in this December.
Oh, nice. Okay. Okay. Did the ones that graduated already, do you know if they went into academia or did they go into industry?
I know Sachin have a postdoc position.
Okay.
Ashita probably also have a postdoc position, at least the last semester. I think she also have kind of a postdoc position.
Yeah, we want to keep track of them because next year when we do our symposium, we want to be able to highlight what the students are doing.
Oh yeah, I will keep contact them. I know Sachin just started his postdoc position last December. Before that, he part-time worked with me on this project to write some papers and a report. Hashita, I think she probably worked with Dr. Smith Jackson with a temporary job last semester. I'm not sure if she found a permanent job or not.
Okay. Okay. Well, great. Yeah, I just remember several of the students and that they have defended their dissertation. So great job. I really appreciate all the work because I know it's a lot supervising the students as well. And you had undergraduate students working with you as well. So I really appreciate that because they definitely need additional mentoring along the way.
Yeah, so last year we don't, because we work remotely. We don't have many undergraduate involved in our projects. But before that, usually each year we have one or two. Yeah. Sometimes Dr. Sang also have one. I have one, so you will have a couple undergraduate students involved in our project. But at least one.
Well, thank you for mentoring them. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, well, thank you. That wraps up our research presentations for today as well. You probably saw in the chat that Kelly mentioned the networking session. So if you'd like to join the networking session, the Zoom information is provided in the chat and the meeting ID and passcode are in there as well. Tomorrow we'll start again at 11 o'clock, and whereas today our presentations were more focused on our emergency theme, the emergency component of our themes, and tomorrow, our presentations will be focused more on the vulnerable road users, human factor side of things. So different shift in the topics, but should be very engaging presentations tomorrow. So we'll start again at 11 and follow a similar schedule as we did today. So unless I see you in the networking session, we will see you tomorrow. Again, thank you for joining us today and hope to see you tomorrow.